Matchday Live, the build-up.
With Tim and Peter, the Toon Twins, weekly live on NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
So, welcome to NUFC Talk Matchday Live build-up. Tim can't make it today due to work, but I do have two very knowledgeable guests on today's show. We've got one of them who's joined today already, and that is Tina Tooney. Delighted to get that transfer over the line for today's show. And we do have Philip from Toon Tactics on the way as well to join us shortly. So, first of all, Tina, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastically. Thank you for asking. How are you?
Nice one. I am all good, all good. When the sun's trying to get out, then I'm a happy man. It
Same.
just needs to maybe try a bit harder because there's a few clouds there still. But yeah,
It'll come out. We're getting so close to summer. The sunny weather always makes me happy. Everything's warm and it's staying light until like 8:30 at night. This is my time of year.
totally. We need that sun, no doubt about it. So before we get stuck into today's show, I'm going to just go through the housework a little bit. So if you're watching, please click the likes. It does help massively. Give us your opinion as well in the comments. If you want to guarantee your comment, throw us a super chat and we'll get straight to it. And also you can become a member for $4.99 a month. You get exclusive perks, exclusive content all in one place. As ever, all of your support is much appreciated, and we love all of the input, all of your comments and your thoughts on all things Newcastle United. So keep them coming in. I can see there we've already got trolls in the house. We've got David Spence, Mick. So yeah, good to have you on board. All right. So yeah, big game today. Before we sort of, as I say, get stuck into that, I can see we do have another guest. So I'm going to add him onto the show right now. Okay, there we go. Philip, how you doing, pal? Welcome to NUFC Talk.
How you guys doing? Always a blessing to be on here, and my salute the panel and the chat. Looking forward to today's chat.
Top man. I was just saying that, Tina, it's two big transfers we've got over the line today with yourself and Tina. So great to have you on today.
It was touch and go with my one.
Yeah. No, your representative was being a bit pedantic. But all good. Okay, so yeah, we've got Arsenal today, and massive game at the Emirates. Just want to run through a few stats about this fixture first of all. So, and it's not been a happy hunting ground for Newcastle in recent times for a long time actually. I mean, this doesn't just this goes beyond like Eddie Howe or the manager before him. Basically, we have not won in 13 games at the Emirates. The last 13 games, we've lost 12 and we've drawn 1. Do any of you, to both of you remember, can you tell me what that win was, the last win in 13 games that we got at the Emirates?
I can, but I'll give Christina a go.
Oh, please don't. I genuinely don't know. Unless it was like way back in the days of like Lauren Robert's overhead kick. It can't be that far back, surely.
It wasn't that far back.
Yeah, there we go.
It
So
wasn't
it's right about part A. I genuinely can't remember the last time that we won at the Emirates.
No. Bill?
I probably can once Phil tells us.
I think it's the 1-0 one with Andy Carroll with the header.
Spot on. Yeah, Chris Hughton was the manager.
Yeah, that's it.
It's the last manager to win at the Emirates for Newcastle, which is crazy, really. You think how long ago that was. So yeah, we've only scored 1 goal in the last 9 visits as well, the Emirates. So it's a daunting task, but even with all that in mind, we've got Arsenal going for the title and under a lot of pressure this time. I think with Man City hunting them down. And what I'm thinking is if we can kind of keep them out early doors and keep things tight. First 20 minutes, I do think they might get a bit nervy. I think the nerves hopefully will kick in for Arsenal, knowing that now they are second. City have caught them up. So the pressure really is all on them. And I think Newcastle hopefully can kind of play on that a little bit today. So what do you think about that in terms of the dynamics of today's game? Tina?
I mean, I think Arsenal are thankfully doing an Arsenal. And I think that the thing is with us this season, although we've been terrible this season, for the first 20 minutes of a game, we've been like the absolute best team in the league just for that first, like, that very short period at the start of a game. So I think we could even grab an early goal. And then it's going to come down, because a lot of teams then react to that, and especially a team like Arsenal will react to that, and then they're going to attack us, and normally we would then fall into a very almost self-destructive defensive shell, because let's be honest, we don't do that very well. But I think with Arsenal, I think it could really ramp up the nerves, because I feel like because of the lead and the title that they have kind of blown away, and there's no other way to put it. I mean, that this title was theirs by Christmas. Like, there should have been no physical way that they were going to mess this title up, and everybody started the jokes, and they were like, oh, Arsenal's going to bottle it. Even I was saying it, and then it got to it like a couple of months ago. I was like, oh, they're genuinely not going to blow it this time. Well, look where we are now. So I think maybe the ground might have a little bit of unrest. That could play into our hands if we use a few, like, just a few little, like, cheeky tactics, like try to get under their skin a bit. I think we could pull off a bit of a shock here.
Yeah. I think it is doable, and I think they are feeling it a little bit.
I was going to come in and predict us to win. Don't sit there and pretend you thought I was going to be like, we're going to lose, because that was never going to happen. So I've got to put a positive spin on it, but at least I've came with logic this time, rather than just saying, we'll smash them 6-0, which is what I usually do at this point of the day.
But no one would have predicted last night's result, 5-0 Forest at Sunderland. So
Elliot Anderson with an absolute crackly taken goal as well. So
I need to watch it. I haven't seen the goals, but I'm glad he got on the score sheet. Yeah. Philip, what do you think about the nerves for Arsenal today? Do you think that might play a part?
Yeah, I think I agree a lot of what Christina was saying. I think I would love just to add on to at the back of what she was saying about, I guess, adding some of that, the dark arts if we can, because we haven't seen that in a long time. I miss the days when Shah would just for no reason drop onto the floor and say he needs someone to look at his leg or his head or something like that, and then he's right after they do that, he's right back up and he's happy again. Like, I miss that. I miss the days when I remember they wanted to do whole rule changes just on the back of us, like, doing that, and all the articles upon articles of Eddie Howe learned from Diego Simeone. What did he the dark arts and everything else like that. And we've just been too nice recently, and I think part of it, I think Dan Byrne talks about it, was obviously the fact that we've got better players meant that we try to match up with teams more, but we need to have everything. If you want to win any game, just in the Premier League especially, you need everything. Yes, you need good players and good tactics, but you need some skullduggery too. You need to do what you need to do, and there's the opportunity to wind up the crowd, to waste a little bit of time when needed, to hit them on the break, to fall over, all within the rules of the game is what I'm saying. But we just haven't. We haven't seen that. Even when we're like 1-0 up in the game, and we've lost 25 points from winning position this season, and I haven't seen us once really like antagonize a team. Like, teams aren't really angry with us for wasting time, which is ridiculous. Like, at some point, usually they do it to us, is what I'm saying, but it's ridiculous. And so I want to see a little bit of that. And yeah, I think it's definitely a mental battle. It's a mental battle for Arsenal, especially. It is for us, but for different reasons. And I think for us, I think for the players, and for what Eddie Howe would be hoping is that the players show that they've not checked out, that they're still here and they're still willing to win. I think so. It's a different battle for us, and that's what I hope to see. I don't hope to see what I saw a little bit in the Bournemouth game. I think the Bournemouth game isn't necessarily checked out, but there's a bit of quality as well in that, and so it's going to be tough for them, because I think and I kind of rambled on a little bit, but I think there's more than a few players who know that they're not going to be staying at Newcastle. If anybody's ever faced redundancy before, I think that's what a few players are going through. And when that happens, you get people not putting in the same effort as they were maybe. So there's that, and we've got to do some psychology. We've got to play on their nerves. We've got to do what we've got to do. Do you remember, just to end it, like, do you remember when we won in the League Cup, when we beat them 2-0 at the Emirates? We did a 5-5-0 formation. I loved it.
Yeah.
That became a stuff of legend. Did you see the Arsenal fans gone apoplectic that we dared not to even put a forward up front? I'm like, come on. Let's have a bit of that. 5-5-0. Are you insane? So exactly. I want to
thou
say
shalt not pass, innit?
Exactly. Exactly. So yeah.
And that's the thing. I'm reading off these stats at the beginning about us not winning there and not scoring there for so long. But actually, you make a good point, Phil. Obviously, the League Cup. Let's not forget about that. We did go there in the League Cup just recently and done them over. So, some of these players have actually got experience of going there and winning. And I think as well, just to add on to your point about getting under their skin a little bit, if you think back to the one time we have got a result in the league fixtures over the last however long it is, it's the 13 games, isn't it? So that one draw that we got, the 0-0 from a few years ago, if you remember that game, Arsenal they didn't like it. They were getting wound up. They were throwing the toys out the pram. And that just proves your point, Philip, about, if you go there and you don't lie down and you're not a soft touch, then I think their emotions go against them. And they get wound up. So, and someone as well in the chat there has just said about Gabriel. So we've got a good comment there to say, someone needs to be winding up Gabriel as well. He's a red card waiting to happen. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, that kind of plays into exactly what both me and Phil have said that we want. We want the dark arts back. We want to go in and get under their skin, mess with their heads a bit. And we've got players who can definitely annoy, players who have got a potential red card. And, we've got physical play. I know that because Joe Linton's missing the day, isn't he? So it's a shame because he would have been perfect for that type of game. But I mean, there are still players who we've got who can definitely wind up somebody who can get them a yellow card. And, if the pressure then starts getting to them because we have scored an early goal, we might actually see a situation where we can get players such as Gabriel sent off. And then, that's going to then further play on their mind. And as long as they don't do that thing that we did when we went a player down and then all of a sudden played 10 times better than we had done all season, that could, again, play right into our hands.
Yeah, I think Gabriel, it's totally ironic because if he goes and has a blinder today, you look back at that Man City game when he clearly headbutts or, he shoves his head into Haaland. It's a red card technically, isn't it? And that would have been...
Alan Pardew would have been sent off for that.
Exactly, Pardew was, wasn't he? So yeah, but he's definitely a bit petulant, Gabriel, and quality player, don't get us wrong, really, really good defender. So, but he's quite an emotional player, isn't he? I think as well he gets on top of the referee. He seems to be quite entitled that way, where he wants every single decision. But I guess a lot of teams do that as well. It isn't just Arsenal. But they will be, like I said at the start, they'll be playing for everything because it's such a massive game for them. They will be asking the ref for every little decision because they know they in their minds they probably think they have to win.
The problem with that though is it only takes a couple of those decisions to not go for you. And then again, you've got that can affect you psychologically. If that gets them wound up a little bit, that's again it's gonna kind of set them up for us to wind them up, and then they do risk getting, more cards on top of that. So it's only gonna take one early goal, one or two decisions to go against them, and this could turn into an absolute chaos for them.
Yeah, and also when you're playing, I think when you've lost your head that way, you don't you tend not to make the right decision. If you get into the final third, you might have a wild shot into the near post when you should go far post, or do you know what I mean? That kind of logic, I think, can go out the window a little bit. So yeah, hopefully they will feel the heat today. Something I noticed, right, when Chelsea played Arsenal at the Emirates a few months ago, I think it was in the FA Cup, was when Arsenal got a corner, because we all know Arsenal, they play for corners now, don't they? That's their main strength. So to be fair, their record is brilliant. They score a lot of goals from corners. Did you notice when Chelsea, they'd done that tactic where Rice was doing his usual thing, taking 10 hours to trot over to take the corner, and then just when he's putting the ball down, I think it was about 4 or 3 Chelsea players just randomly, just from Arsenal's point of view, they just looked at them and randomly saw these players running out of the box, and the Chelsea players were running towards the halfway line to outnumber Arsenal on that side of the pitch. So suddenly Arsenal were a bit flummoxed at that and had to just on the spot rethink about what they were going to do, and they realized they couldn't have as many players in the box to attack the corner because they'd be done on the break. So Philip, what did you think of that tactic Chelsea done on that day?
Yeah, I don't know if they scored from it, but I understand where they're coming from. I think because obviously Chelsea don't have the tallest players either, so they kind of try to do something different where they try to make the Arsenal players think twice. I don't know if we'll do that just because we do have the height and the strength in the box. I do want us to improve a little bit from defending set pieces. Like I was annoyed, for instance, that we conceded. I know it was Barcelona, but we conceded from a corner against Barcelona, who, despite what they can do on the ball, that they are not the tallest team in the box, and so that was a bit frustrating for me. But it's going to be a lot of tussling. There's going to be a lot of fighting. I do think, for instance, we're going to be playing like a 5-3-2. So I do expect like a Dan Burn, Botman, and Chow in the box having a whale. I wouldn't even be surprised if we bring back Pope for this game either.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that. I think it's going to be a big area battle because, just as you mentioned, the corners is that Arsenal have really struggled to. They scored a lot of goals. No, to be honest, they've scored a lot of goals, but I think they struggle a bit in kind of chasing games and having to push games, and so set pieces becomes a thing. I think we have the advantage of height and physicality, and we just have to use it to our best ability, really.
Do you not think, for me, when I watch Dan Burn, he doesn't win as many headers as what you would expect? Have you noticed that? I mean, Tina, what do you think about Dan Burn in the air? I think he should be doing better. What do you think?
I mean, it's not actually something that stood out for me, but now that you mention it, I guess there is a lot of times that balls are coming in the box. You would definitely expect Dan Burn to be the one that would deal with it, and we always consider him being a bit of a threat in the opposition's box. I don't actually remember him scoring more than one header in the past year, so it's kind of actually now kind of slapped me in the face with it a little bit that you would expect Dan Burn, not just with his height, but with the fact that we've seen that he does have a powerful header in him. You would definitely expect him to do more, but that hadn't occurred to me. But again, I mean, Arsenal, from corners, they are going to test that. They're going to give Dan Burn plenty of opportunities to prove us wrong with that, and ensure that he can definitely defend it in the air. And hopefully, he's going to, maybe pop one in at the other side for us, which wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah. I mean, he got that goal for the final, which was brilliant against Liverpool. Still
ingrained into my brain to this day.
Yeah.
Well, I say that. It's not like it was ages ago. It was like February of last year.
Yeah. No, I mean, absolute hero scoring that goal. And like you said, Tina, that just shows that he has got that in his locker. Because that was quite a way out as well, that header. I think what's surprised me is when he's got someone on him is when he tends to struggle to win that header. When someone is tight to him, marking him. Even with that height advantage, he does tend to sort of not get the better of the opposition player.
Do you think part of that might be because, I mean, how many times have we seen Dan Burn and Walter Mara clearly get fouled and not get the decision given to them? And I think there's also the flip side of that is if anyone falls off after Dan Burn touches them, the referee's instantly going to blow. And I think that might be in the back of his mind. And I think that's probably because of the aesthetics of it. Of, okay, Dan Burn's like, built like a giraffe. And these other footballers are built like normal-sized humans. So when there's any sort of contact, I think maybe Dan, and I don't know this for a fact. I mean, I don't have him on speed dial or anything, but I could see a reality where he is worried to be as physical as you would need to be to win aerial duels when you do have a player tight here, because he's thinking, oh, if I do this, I'm just going to give away a penalty.
It might stand out too much.
Yeah, exactly.
Possibly.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I do think we'll need his leadership today. I think the run that Newcastle are on, I'd like to think, Dan Burn being the character that he is, because you can see he dishes out the orders. When he plays, he's telling players what to do, and he's not afraid to give players a bollocking as well, I've noticed. So the way things are right now, I think we need that leadership. So
have you
I don't think
seen
it's a
the
bad
rumour
idea.
about Lewis Hall, by the way?
What was that, Tina, about Lewis Hall?
Have you seen the rumour that he's had a bust up with Eddie Howe and isn't starting today?
I haven't heard that.
Right, I don't know if
First I've heard of
that
it.
is something that... Just when you mentioned leaders on the pitch, I've started noticing that Lewis Hall's got quite a good bit of... he's not so much with what he's shouting, but in the way that he plays. It's almost quite leadership-ish. Like, he will go in for tackles, he does always track back, he is always trying to create something. But there was there's apparently a rumour that him and Eddie have had a bust up. Now, how much credence there is into that, I'm hoping when the team sheet comes out that I'm completely wrong and I've just been misled and made an absolute fool of myself in front of like 100 people on YouTube this morning. But there is apparently a rumour that has happened.
Right. Yeah, well...
Sorry to interrupt.
Stay tuned, because when we get the team news, we'll be straight on it, and we'll let you know what the lineup is. Hopefully Lewis Hall is in that lineup, because that would be another problem that we just don't need to throw that into the mix. Because Lewis Hall, quality player, and we kind of need him hopefully to be on board for next season as well. I would, Tino is the one I think out of the fullback position. I would be not happy to see him go, but I wouldn't be too disheartened if Tino went, and as long as we kept Lewis Hall, then yeah.
I know exactly what you're saying. I feel exactly the same way. Even when the first rumour came out about Tino Livramento, my first thought was, if you'd said this about Lewis Hall, I'd be throwing things at the screen right now. But as long as we keep Lewis Hall, I can deal with having to find a new right back, or 6, because the rest of the right backs are all leaving with him. Let's have a right back exorcist. But I can't pronounce that word apparently. But fair play to us for having a try. But I think that there's more that we could do in replacing a right back. And Tino Livramento hasn't, set my heart on fire with his performances on the right. Lewis Hall, on the other hand, I mean, I'm seeing him as like future best left back in the Premier League.
Yeah, I mean, he was, I guess you could say, at fault for the Bournemouth, one of the players at fault, not just his fault, but the Bournemouth opening goal last week. He got beat for pace, really, and trickery down that left-hand side.
But can you name a player in our team that hasn't
Well, that's
made
it.
some
No
sort of
player's
mistake that's led to a goal this season? I mean, we've had a full
Yeah.
season of just laughable individual errors. Like, but if you were going to sum this season up with one phrase, it would just be individual errors.
Yeah.
Deal with it, that is what it is.
Totally. Yeah. That's been a main feature of this season, definitely. And for the most part, Lewis Hall has been brilliant. So you've got to accept, players are going to, even the best players are not going to be brilliant every match. They're going to have an off day now and again. So, yeah. So hopefully Lewis Hall is, like I say, back in the lineup today. But yeah, I mean, just with the corners and with Chelsea doing what they've done a few months ago, I just thought that was really interesting to see that. And I know Rossini's lost his job since then, and it ain't went well at all with Liam Rossini. But I did like that when I saw that tactic from the corner, and I don't know, maybe it's something Newcastle think about doing, just to catch them off guard that way, you know. Um, yeah, but we'll see. I mean, just on that, actually, what do you think? Going off top a little bit, but what do you think of Liam Rosenior and what's happened there at Chelsea? Philip?
I think Chelsea are in a bad state from top to bottom. I don't think, as much as Rosenior didn't help himself, he wasn't never really going to. I think it was debatable whether he would last a season anyway, just because of how things are going on with Chelsea. You know, they're owned by a private equity firm who their debts are sky high. No matter what report you get, there's always another report that says that it's even higher. I had an accountant, Chelsea fan, who came onto my channel, kind of broke it down, and Chelsea are in serious financial destabilization. And I think that influences how the owners themselves pick and choose their managers and their players. So you'd have the likes of, you know, fairly talented managers like Maresca, who'd want players or want certain things, but have very little say, because, as they would say themselves, they've had to play players to kind of essentially kind of help sell them and kind of help with the window shopping. And that's no way. You can't mix. Yes, there's business in football, but you can't put it on the pitch. Like, that's insane. And so that's really hurt them. So what the owners have done is they can't really get a quality higher echelon kind of manager, i.e. your Luis Enrique's, your Xabi Alonso's, because those managers aren't going to stand for that. You're not going to be telling them necessarily every single player they have to play or they have to buy. So you're going to get essentially what you call company men, which Liam Rosenior was to the salute, was a company man, right? The problem was that this has also impacted their players. Their players and their staff can see that this is a, or maybe without even saying it in these words, but they can say that this is like a massive Ponzi scheme. That this club really isn't about winning. It was nice that we won the World Cup and that like that, but that almost came as almost by accident. If that makes it, like it was. Yeah. Oh, we were in the Champions League 5 years ago, and it came at the end of the season. Nobody else could be bothered, and then there was the Conference League and stuff like that. So they kind of won these trophies back, and then it's caught up with them. Like, the Premier League will find you out, no matter what. The Premier League will find you out, and it's happening to them at the moment. And so they've lost. The players have lost faith in the manager. But then you can also now see articles coming out literally saying they're crybabies. You've got Matt Law, who's a big Chelsea journalist with big links, saying that these guys are crybabies, that these guys aren't the team. But you've invested billions into crybabies. And so going back to Liam Rosenior, this is the environment. There's no manager that can thrive in that type of environment. And lastly, obviously, I've seen, obviously, you know, I'm like an Eddie Howe in terms of my kind of ideas, but I've seen Newcastle fans saying, well, you see how serious Chelsea are. Like, this is how a standard club they just sack their managers. But you go on Chelsea content creators and everybody else, and they're saying this is insane. How can we be sacking? Right? How can we keep? We can't just keep on sacking. This is not good. Like, this is not good. We are unstable. So, yeah, Liam Rosenior. There's going to be more. It could be Gary O'Neill from Strasbourg that's coming in. Like, whoever's coming in, everybody was going to know that this person said whatever they asked him to do in the interview. You will take this player. Yes. You will follow our orders. Yes. Like, no matter what, it's a yes. So they've got that to look forward to, and it's just not a good place. It's not a good place for the club to be in. Chelsea fans and the team. Nah.
And also, I've also read that, like you say, they've got players who are complaining about extra training sessions and training and they're complaining about that. So that feeds into what you're saying there about being crybabies, basically. So, right. I think that's how things can spiral as well, out of control. Like you say, if you haven't got the unity from top to bottom, it's going to filter down, isn't it? So, interesting times at Chelsea, that's for sure. So just with regards to today's game, I'm gonna put a question out there for you. So before we get into individual players,
Sorry,
because I can
continue.
see we've got got an interesting comment there from Trolls about the right wing slot. So I guess this might tie into that a little bit, what I'm going to ask. But for Newcastle, going to the Emirates today, first of all, how do they get a result? And second of all, if I was to say, I'm manager, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go there and I'm going to set up my team, park the bus. I think you've already alluded to this a bit earlier, Phil. But from the start, we're going to park the bus unashamedly, right? And frustrate them. And we've got players, we've got pace, who can counter. So it's not like we can never get out of our own half. We can potentially pick our moments, but when they've got the ball, we're going to be quite deep. And we're going to get lots of bodies behind the ball. And we're going to have no shame about that as well, just to frustrate them and plug those gaps. What would you think of that if that was the approach today for Newcastle? Tina?
I mean, I get the fact that last time we did it against Arsenal, it kind of worked, but we didn't start kind of like that. We kind of adapted into that. The issue is this season, we've seen it a lot of times, we go a goal up and then we're trying to park the bus. I mean, it hasn't worked yet. Or, yeah, we have not defended well. And it's funny because we've had some of our better defensive performances, like Lewis Hall and Malik Chow, I think, really impressed us all when he first came. But the individual errors that we make defensively have been ludicrous, like quite seriously ludicrous. So I wouldn't feel as confident doing that now. If you'd asked me that last season, I'd have been like, yeah, let's do it, let's really annoy them, let's park the bus and then let's settle Langer and Gordon away. Oh, I mean, I guess it would have to be Langer and Murphy, I'd guess, today if Gordon's not fit. Or, well, so the reason that I'm thinking that is because if you're going to park the bus, if the parking the bus would legitimately mean that we weren't looking to have two outlets on either wing. So if you were looking for two outlets, you do have a custom-made team for that, because you could put a Langer on one side and a Sula on the other, who I absolutely love. And those two going forward on a counter-attack, it might not be pretty to watch, it might be a little bit comical, but it could cause some danger.
Yeah,
but with Jacob Murphy, if you were going to go with like one outlet and then have Jacob Murphy, he's got that defensive. I mean, not saying he's great defensively. I'm just saying he can hold back and he's not just going to bomb forward. So I mean, I can see formations where I could be like, oh yeah, you know what it is, that's a good idea. But then I look back in this season, I'm like, nope. The short answer, no. Long answer, nope. Right. So yeah. But we do have the players for it. There is a few ways I could say of setting that up where it would work if we had any clue whatsoever this season how to defend.
Yeah, ordinarily, Jacob Murphy has got that defensive nous. I don't know where his head was at last week against Bournemouth, and that's where I feel for Eddie Howe. You know, he's standing there watching, and he's looking at Jacob Murphy thinking like, "Come on, just do your job, man. Yeah, just
What's
jump
that?
man. What's that? Yeah, like you're now down in tools. Out of, you know what I mean? You'd think Jacob Murphy is the one that wouldn't do that, but even him now is kind of slacking off. So
yeah, he finally puts Mr. Dependable on, and then he sees what happens. He turns to Jason Tindley. He's like, "Gotta be honest, I did not see that coming. I thought that was going to go much better than this has."
Yeah. So speaking of that right hand side there, so yeah, going back to that comment, Trolls, our right wing is awful, both Murphy and Elanga. So put Asula there and Big Nick as a striker. So Philip, do you think would you be happy if the manager sacrificed attacking intent or that exciting football, you know, that everyone, you know, they say that they want to see at Newcastle, but today's game, what would you think if we said, you know what, we're going to sacrifice that? It ain't going to be pretty, and that's fine, but just for today's game, we're going to go low block, very defensive, and maybe, like Troll says there, maybe put Asula right wing as well in that setup, an outlet for the counter. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm kind of on Tina's side on this one. I feel like regardless of the formation, attacking intent or not, it's individuals and individual errors really, and it's a question of attitude and mindset. I don't mind if we went all out attack, for instance, so long as we showed the intent to press, to fight, to work hard. And if we lost, we lost. Like Arsenal, they are great. Like I haven't really, apart from when we're in the Champions League, like Barcelona maybe, and I can't remember if there's another team really, but I haven't had a game this season where I said, do you know what? Fair enough. The other side was just a better team. And but you say that when you know your team is giving it all, and then sometimes no matter what you do, the other team are just better. But I haven't experienced that. So, like not when, like for instance, the 22-23 season where we were just pressing the life out of people, mauling teams. And if you beat us then, you were a hell of a team. Like you were a hell of a team. Hats up to you if you could do that. And so even if we went defensive, again, like if I don't know if there's a table for it. I've booked up, marked it on my X. I showed you on my X. Newcastle are, I think, first or second for points dropped from individual errors that led to goals, directly led to goals. The average is in the league. The league average is 13. Newcastle are like 20, 25 plus, which happens to be the same amount that we've got for points dropped from leading positions. And
at least
all I
it's
say
symmetrical.
Exactly. Well, that's the whole point, isn't it? And all I was thinking to myself is, at least, what if we just half that? If you just half that, we're in the Champions League spot. That's just how frustrating it is. It's how frustrating it is. Like if you just even a third of that, we're in contention. Like we're right up there, right? So yes, we can do the 5-3-2. I don't care if we do the 5-5-0 again. But my worry, my concern is where we're at mentally and where we're at in terms of attitude and resilience and kind of everywhere else. You point to the fact that Jacob Murphy, out of all people, didn't track the fullback. And the thing, just to add to that is, Truffert, who was the fullback that did that, he must have known that he must have had an inkling that these guys aren't going to track me back, you know. He must have had that feeling to make that run, right? Otherwise, because it came at such a point in the game where you're either you're away at Newcastle, yes, you're chasing the game, and you've taken the risk, but you know that if you do this, you could cost your team on the counter. But he must have had an inkling that, nah, I don't think they're going to do this. I don't think they're going to track me. And that was the most annoying thing about it. So, look, we could go all out, or we could have 5 at the back, 6 at the back. But if we're not tracking our runners, if we're not winning individual battles,
not executing it.
It doesn't matter. So it's more for me. Again, it's more of a mental thing going into this than it is anything, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. I think for me, I would have liked to have seen personally more kind of defensive setups in games this season. But then I do appreciate that we've got the stage now where he's probably looking at some of these players and thinking, can I really trust? Can I trust you to carry out this plan? Can I trust you to execute this tactic? Like you say, track the runs. And he probably hand on heart can't say 100% yes to that now.
We had a 7-second pause. I don't know if you saw that 7-8 second pause.
Yeah.
I'm like, Eddie, jeez Louise. You know, let's where things are at the moment. And like I said, I do think there's players that know they're not going to be here. There's players that know that they're not wanted. They are going to be sold. And, if you just put it in real life, like if anyone's been in an organizational service where there's redundancies and there's restructuring, you're going to have a whole workforce who people know they're going to leave. There's going to be a whole workforce that are like, well, what's the point then? Right? You're not going to, you're going to have people leaving work a little bit early, turn up a little bit late, maybe a little bit more agitated, which is natural. It's natural. Like it's a nervous time, isn't it? So that's the point where we're at the moment. There's going to be I don't know if you saw that. I was reading the I newspaper yesterday on my channel, and they were talking about this. They kept on hinting at we expect like eight incomings or like 8 changes. But the way that I newspaper, and it's a really balanced newspaper, I sense that there's almost like it's even more than what people think it is. Like I think what it kept on questioning is like, without saying it, I was kind of reading between the lines. For instance, is Eddie Howe even going to be able to take this amount of players? Like, maybe there's real players that he really needs that he might say are key for his leadership, but the owners are saying, we've got to let these guys go. So it's going to be quite extreme. So that goes back to your point around tactics and is it going to be defensive? Is it going to be attacking? It's a real nervous time for players, for the club and everyone going forward. And so I'm kind of 50-50 on what we're going to see on the pitch, to be honest.
Yeah, honestly, that's a really good point in terms of the mentality, and it explains a lot as to what you see on the pitch with the mentality of these players having that uncertainty. And I think that's been reflected in the last few games, definitely. And that does, tie into the summer, no doubt. I think players, they'll be looking ahead, won't they? I think it's probably only natural for players to have one eye now on the summer as to what they're going to do as a professional footballer, where they're going to end up next season. But that's where the professional pride should kick in, and that's what we want to see today. I mean, me personally today, I'm not expecting a result. I think I'd be amazed if we get anything, but even if we don't get anything, I would just like to see more of an effort to try and ruffle a few feathers, like we've said. So, okay, we'll go down, but we'll go down fighting. And we'll just try to restore a bit of, like as I say, professional pride. So we go out there and just give a good account of yourselves, if nothing else. And if you don't get the points, you don't get the points. Arsenal, they're a better team. They've got the title that they're trying to go for. So it's no shame to lose at Arsenal. But yeah, we just need to, sure, like I say, give a better account of ourselves and just show a bit more fight. We're just too soft to play against. And Eddie Howe will know that as well. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of performance that they put in today. Obviously, all the speculation with Eddie going around, I think it wouldn't look good if it's a hammering like a 5-0, But yeah, I mean, just on Eddie, I mean, I appreciate that in today's landscape in the footballing world, you have a season like this. I'm not gonna knock anyone who says then that should mean change. It should mean there's a consequence for that. I get that totally, because this season, it's been poor, and you can kind of talk as fans. You can debate all day long about what you should have done differently, and I think there's a lot of valid points about a lot of things that have went wrong in terms of how they could have been done differently. But I have to admit, and I know people might say it's blind faith, but I am coming around to the idea of, what, if they've got full faith in Eddie to go again next season and to be part of a rebuild, I do think that is what would be needed if Eddie was to stay. I just hope he is then ruthless enough to ship out the players who are not now listening to what he's saying in terms of executing the plan, because they're not. Certainly against Bournemouth, it just wasn't there. So I think Eddie would need to do that to start next season with momentum, to start well. He needs new players, fresh blood, players who are going to listen next season, who maybe are not going to be bogged down with what's happened this season. You know what I mean? They can come in with a fresh perspective and be on board with what Eddie wants to do. And then if it goes wrong, okay, if it starts bad next season and it's not getting any better, then yeah, you could maybe change it then. I know it's not an ideal scenario, but I'm just looking at as I say, Eddie on the touchline. I'm looking at some of these players, and it does need a rebuild. And he's done it before. He came in and he got us up from certain relegation, and that was a rebuild, because we got up from, when he came in, bottom 3 to 11th, and then from 11th to 4th. That's what they're going to look to do again now next season. It's the same kind of cycle now. But I'm putting that out there, and I know a lot of people would disagree, and a lot of people want change, and I understand that as well, because this season has been poor, and I'm crying out all season for number 6, and that probably is for me the biggest gripe. Yeah, I could list you a lot of gripes, but that's for me probably the main one as a fan. Just looking from the outside, I'm looking at the the position of the midfield with the defence. And I just hope Eddie can maybe make us more compact and, as I say, be tough to beat and not so much of a soft touch.
I mean, we did have one of the best defences in the Premier League when he first took over, and
Well,
I
we
think
did.
that the
Yeah.
thing with the rebuild, I think that's where it's going. It's going to go in one of two ways. Either the rebuild's going to freshen up everything for Eddie Howe as well, because I mean he's looked prolonged the last few times I've seen him on the touchline, and maybe this is because some certain players just aren't giving their all, and bringing in a bunch of new players, kind of being forced into getting rid of some players that he has maybe shown a little bit too much loyalty to. That's going to go one of two ways. It either relights a fire in his belly, and he does prove to be, and again with next season there's probably not going to be European competition for us. So it kind of puts him back to where he was when he was delivering us absolute miracle seasons. Or it's going to go the other way, and because he's going to lose the players that he's been so loyal to and that he's built his full leadership group around, he might then think, okay, this isn't where I want to be anymore. You might not have that fire anymore. So it's going to be interesting to see if we are making wholesale changes like we've suggested. It will be interesting to see how Eddie reacts to that, because he's always said that if he felt he wasn't the man for the job, that's when he would leave. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how he reacts to somebody else being in charge of that transfer. And I think he did definitely need some help with transfers. I mean, all of it being on him was never going to work out in the summer of last year, which it didn't. I don't think any of us think that was that went fantastically well. But it's either going to be where it takes the pressure off him, he can now work with a new group of players, or he's going to think, fine, let somebody else take this team.
Yeah, and I've got there in the comments, trolls. The season hasn't been poor; it's been awful. And Gavin Fuller, blind faith.
I mean, I'm Little Miss Positivity. I've got a cup with Little Miss Sunshine written on it. I can't be sitting here going, "This was dreadful." I've got to try to put some sort of positive spin on it.
Yeah.
You all should be used to me by now.
Oh no, you're right. You know, you have to look at the positives. I know there's not been many this season, but going forwards, we have to hope it's going to get better. But I respect everyone's opinion, and as I say, I totally understand fans kind of saying, you know, like trolls there again. I respect people saying how in, but no, get him out. I understand it, yeah, because it's, as I say, I'm scratching my head as a fan at some of the things that I'm seeing this season, and I'm thinking, come on, Eddie, you know, I want you to kind of like prove to people that you can turn this around, because it does get frustrating when you see kind of the same mistakes, I think, happening as well again and again. But hopefully he's got that fight in him to turn it around.
That's the thing. I mean, you've got to remember he's been unwell this year as well. Like, he's worked really hard. He's made himself sick. Coming back from that was courageous enough. Since he's came back from that, maybe he hasn't quite had those same levels that's managed to inspire the team the way that it used to. Maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe a little bit of a break where he's not having to handle all of the transfers could mean coming in the next season, we get a refreshed Eddie Howe, and we see, you know, Eddie Howe version 1 that we had, who was fast-tracking his way to having a statue built of him not only outside the ground, but possibly on top of the ground. Like, he brought the first silverware to this club in, like, what, 70 years, 75 years? He got us in the Champions League two years out of 3. And this was literally, like, 2 years after we were sitting there looking at the league table going, oh, we're definitely getting relegated this year, aren't we? So, I mean, that's amazing. That was done by this same manager. Somebody who can do that doesn't all of a sudden become, oh, he's terrible, he can't do anything. That's not realistic. There's clearly something else, something deeper in there, and I would love to see a happy ending to this story.
Totally. See trolls there's giving you a shout out, Tina. So
Wow.
just on today as well, right, against Arsenal, I think up front is a really sort of interesting situation in terms of who plays up there, because we've got Asula who's got 2 and 2. I think he's gave it his best shot in that formation. It's not easy. So I wanted to ask you,
Super chat.
Philip, before you go, I know you have to shoot off at 4 o'clock. So before you go, I wanted to get your thoughts on what you would do in terms of that formation, that that striker's role today against Arsenal, I think Asula probably will start again. I think he'll reward Asula for that goal. He's got, as I say, 2 in 2 games. Well, obviously we've got Wissa and Voltemada and waiting in the wings. Maybe Asula could go right. What do you think, Philip? What would you do for the striker position?
Yeah, if he goes 5-3-2, like I suspect he might, he'll probably be Osula and probably Ilanga up front or on the right. I don't see him. It could be Wissa and Osula, but it all depends on where Wissa is at with his own mentality. He's one of the players that I'm, if you believe in some of the rumours, we're willing to take a 35 million loss on him. That's how badly we want to move him, right? So it's just, you know, tell me you don't want me without telling me you don't want me. I think that is one of those ones. So, but again, it comes down to mentality. You have professional pride to show people this is what you're missing out on if you do sell me. So that'll be the ideal. I wouldn't play Voltemada up front. I think he's not ready to. He doesn't have the physicality, the strength, the technical ability. He scores lowest on all these metrics in terms of holding on the ball, physicality, press resistance, press. Like he scores low into the box as well. Even as a striker, people talk about he's been moved to the midfield, but if you look at his touch map, both as a striker and midfield, it's the same. Like he's not willing to do it. I don't know. It's not Germany, my friend. This is the Premier League. You're gonna have to get your hands dirty. You're gonna have to fight, and he's just not doing it. So I think Eddie Howe's, and as much as Eddie Howe's getting criticism from pieces, so I think people are using the Voltemada to beat Eddie Howe on the head over. They're missing on the part of Osola's got 2 and 2. Mm-hmm. So yes, Wissa and Voltemada on the bench, but Osola's got 2 and 2. And had our defence been better, we would have won both those games 1-0, 1-0. We've been going to the champion, or at least in the Champions League contention, and people will be saying, "Oh, what a stroke of genius! That Osola," right? So unfortunately, Jacob Murphy can't be bothered to track his marker. Tino Livramento misses headers, and Sven Botman gives away penalties. So we're back to square one, unfortunately. So yeah, look, it's going to be a solid up front. I don't think, probably Sola and Barnes actually. I forgot about that. I think Barnes and Sola up front. Probably Bruno. I'm stuck between Miley being at right back and midfield because it's because I'm not clear on. Obviously, Livramento isn't playing, but if Livramento isn't playing, I know that Eddie Howe doesn't mind Miley at right back sometimes, especially want some athleticism. But also Miley inverts anyway, and he joins the midfield. And the one thing that Arsenal are going to do is try to suffocate us in midfield. So yes, on paper you'll have Miley at right back, but really he's in midfield, if that makes sense. So I can see him trying to do something like that. And if Hall does play, if they have kissed and made up, then you can imagine him adding the width on the left and Eddie Howe being quite clever, trying to be clever with that anyway, to that formation. So yes, we attack, but no, we don't leave ourselves exposed too much to the counter-attack. So I don't know if I've answered your question, but yes, I think Osolo and Barnes probably start front, probably. Yeah. But if Voltemada does start, I'll be very, very. I think that would be Eddie's way of giving him a chance to prove himself, and I hope fans watch Voltemada in his one-to-one duels and sees what happens, because you can't get any tougher than Gabriel and Saliba. But yeah, I think probably Barnes and Mr. Osola start.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that those two have both got an eye for goal. We know Barnes, you don't get us wrong, he's been well off the boil lately, but you know, typically anyway, Barnes, he is normally someone who would get his shot off and he would test the keeper and pop up with a goal now and then. So that's not a bad shout. And yeah, with Voltemada, to be fair, if Voltemada plays, I'd be more confident in Voltemada doing well if he did have a partner. And if it was Asula, it's in that formation, I think he would potentially function better than what he would if it's just that one striker up front, yeah, like you say, I mean, I think Votamata has struggled with the physicality, and also he doesn't have that pace that gets you out of trouble in that formation when it's the one striker where you've got two centre halves on top of you. I think Gordon has got the movement when he has played up front to try and combat that and keep defenders guessing as to whether he's coming short, is he going long, and Votamata doesn't have that luxury. And I do think he's a work in progress. I think, yeah, I agree, Philip. I think he's not the finished article, and sometimes personally I just feel the way he's talked about at times is as if he is the finished article, and he's not. It's like we need to play him, and if because he's the man, he's the top dog, but it's like, well, it's work in progress. I do appreciate though that I think at this stage now, it would be nice to see him between now and the end of the season, see more of Votamata, because to be fair to him, he did score goals when he started at the beginning of the season. I know that tailed off, but he's shown enough that to me to say that there's definitely potential there. But it'll just be interesting to see whether he does get that chance to show that between now and the end. And the same goes for Wissa. So it's a bit of a conundrum, I think Eddie's in.
It's up to him. And again, rumours online and stuff like that. But for instance, from the international break, there's rumours to say that when he left Germany, he didn't go straight back to Tyneside. He went on a weeks-long holiday. That's why it was sort of started, because I was surprised. I had with Votamata starting, but that's why it was sort of started over Votamata. Well, Wissa was already. He's been camping. He's all right. Like, he's fine. I'm not really on Wissa like that. I know that I feel like he's checked out. But Votamata, allegedly was on a holiday break, and I just keep on thinking. We laughed about Chelsea players earlier, saying, that don't want to do extra training sessions. But are you not hungry enough? Like, it wouldn't be the first thing you do. Like, jump on the plane, head back to Tyneside, get the extra training sessions in, because Isak, for all of his failings, right? He even talked about how he did the sessions of Eddie Howe about how he could get more goals, staying in between the sticks at what points, and obviously he was rewarded for that with 2 back-to-back seasons of 20 GA. So Isak can do that, and he's done well. Mr. Votamata, how about you get into the gym? Do what take up MMA, whatever you got to do, you got to do to get into this team. This is, so that's why I hope it doesn't do that. If you even look at his distance that he runs, I think it's 6K or something like that in the game. With Premier League strikers, you've got 10K, 11K if you're really having a good, So he's, like I said, I don't think his national manager Nagelsmann did him any favors. That's what I was really, really afraid of, because Nagelsmann was like, yeah, he's been played out of position. I can't believe this. And I'm like, but Nagelsmann, you're watching you're a manager. You're watching the games that we're watching. You can see what we're seeing. Like, are you not having an honest conversation with him about, maybe, do you know what? Maybe you should win with a couple of jewels. Maybe get yourself into the box a little bit more. Maybe run in a little bit more. Maybe press, right? So I just don't think he helped. But anyway, I rambled on that. But you guys have been phenomenal for having me as well. Christina, lovely to meet you for the first time as well.
Likewise.
And to the chat as well. God bless you guys. And hopefully, I said 1-1 last time on my show yesterday, so I'll almost celebrate that as a victory if that ends up to be the result it is. So, but yeah, we'll see. Hopefully we'll see that.
Yeah. Well, cheers for coming on today, Philip. Some really good points, and fingers crossed for that result. Enjoy the game, mate.
Likewise, folks. Take care. God bless now.
It's been a pleasure to have you on. Cheers. Take care.
Thank you.
So, did you get that super chat from was it there?
I did. Thank you very much for the super chat, Wasser, and thank you very much for the compliment. It's been, got me nice and feeling good as we get ready for this Arsenal game.
There you go.
But yeah, he made some fantastic points. I was really, really impressed with Philip and what he's brought to the chat today.
Yeah. If anyone wants to check out his channel, which I highly recommend, he's on YouTube, Toon Tactics.
I'll definitely be checking
And
it out.
subscribe, because he'll give an in-depth analysis of Newcastle regularly on the goings on in terms of tactics and all the craziness that comes with Newcastle these days. But he's really good at I think just giving a balanced view on things. So
Yeah.
top man. So in the chat there, Adam, you can be Eddie in and so you can be Eddie in and still support Voldemort, So there was a few comments there. I think Connor, I'll just go back up. I mean, the chat is just, we're being flooded today, and I'm
It's
struggling
flowing.
to keep up. So I do
I'm loving
apologise.
seeing that. I keep looking. If anyone wondering why I keep looking down here, while my eyes are always down, I've been keeping an eye on chat the whole time.
Yeah.
Very interesting conversations going on in there.
Yeah, totally appreciate all your comments, and as I am struggling to keep up with it, but keep them coming in. I am trying to keep tabs. I know there was a comment earlier from Connor, and he was kind of saying, "Is this the Voldemort witch hunt?" So I think that's what that comment afterwards that I highlighted there was replying to, saying you can be Eddie in and still support Voldemort. So yeah, I think just with Voldemort, it's about just looking at both sides. That's all. We're looking at the both ends of the debate in terms of.
Just to add a little caveat onto a point that Phil made, actually, if you don't mind. Sorry for, I know I'm very chatty. That's why people try to keep us quiet as much as they can. But the Nagelsmann had said all this thing about, he gets played out of position. When he plays for me, he'll never come outside the box. And then the next international game, he started them on the right. So I mean,
Did he?
he more or less started as a right-sided, like inverted forward. So it's kind of a bit of a weird one that he says that. But I would not be adverse to seeing Waldemar start today. I would love to see him start. With it being Gabriel and Saliba, I wouldn't necessarily start him in the 9 role.
No.
This isn't me saying that I would play him in midfield, though. What I would potentially go with is a combination of Waldemar, Wissa, and Asula. You can't take Asula out. Wissa and Waldemar and Asula can both play on the channels. If you look at a lot of Waldemar when he was picking the ball up, he does tend to drift out, and especially in the under-21 tournament that he did just not long before we signed him. He loves to drift out wide. I don't think in the centre, in the Premier League, he's shown the movement that you need. But I think if you put him out wide and tell him just be an inverted forward, get yourself inside as much as you want, I think we could start seeing the best. I think that would be better for his development than playing him in midfield would be. And I just think Wissa, although I had kind of given up on him, I know he did have almost of his. I mean, I know it's not the reserve team now, but it's I think it was like the second string had a behind closed door game, and he did actually score 2 goals. He's got a bit more strength to him, at a glance at least, than Waldemar does. And I think if you had him kind of causing a bit of havoc in the centre for Gabriel and Saliba, and then you've got Asula causing havoc down one side, and you've got Waldemar just kind of getting ready to take the if Wissa holds the ball up, just have Waldemar as an outlet for him, just a pass back option, and then let's see where we go from there. I would love to see something like that today.
Yeah, I definitely think he would play better, and it would suit him more if he was in the formation where he's got a partner. I think we've all said that, haven't we, on this channel? It's screaming out for that, I think. I think just looking at both sides with Voldemort, you can still criticise Voldemort, but still also see the fact that there's potential. When I say criticise Voldemort, all I'm saying is that at times earlier in the season, he was just basically getting bullied off the ball, maybe a bit too easily, when you think about the hustle and bustle of the Premier League and these giant centre-halves that just suffocate you. I think he was struggling a bit with that. Now, that's not saying Voldemort is useless. I'm not saying he's a waste of money and that we should sell him and this and that. But yeah, it's just I think he's got potential to be a brilliant player, but I don't think he's a top dog yet. Now we can debate all day long whether Eddie is managing him well enough to nurture that potential. He probably isn't, to be fair, because he's been on the bench for a little while now, and he took him off against Sunderland, where I thought he was playing all right against Sunderland.
Yeah.
I think we got
I
worse.
think that was a mistake.
Yeah. But all I'm saying is that I also understand why maybe he was taken out of the limelight for a little bit in that run of games where we had Tottenham away and we had Villa away in the cup. I think the Tottenham away match was it was crunch time.
Yeah.
If you think about the Brentford game before that at home when we lost, I think Gordon just offered that movement. I think that we needed more like for like in terms of the Isak style. Keeping defenders guessing a bit more, but now that phase has went, this phase of the season now coming to the end where there's nothing really to play for, to be brutally honest. I don't think there is. I mean, I hope they can prove me wrong with climbing that table, but now I think it is the time where I would be like, okay, the pressure's probably off a little bit now in terms of the league getting Europe or the league position. So now let's see a bit more of Voltemade and Wissa, because we need to know, I think, for next season, we need to gauge whether they're going to be in Eddie's plans, whether they're good enough to be in his plans. I've missed a few super chats, I think, from earlier, so just to go back, Big Nick's getting the number 1 shirt next season, so yeah, that's just alluding to the fact that he's played here, there, and everywhere. Well, if Eddie does do that, then I can say for definite that he's mismanaging Big Nick.
Like, you probably can't do much worse than Popa's part of this season, though, to be fair. So, maybe it's a shout.
True. If you're going to be unorthodox, you might as well go the whole hog,
Yeah. Do it like me. If you're going to be crazy, go full crazy. Don't just be halfway there. Just go the full hog. Commit yourself to it.
Unleash. Yeah. And we got Wazza there. Cheers, Wazza. Another super chat. He's big, he's bad. His feet stick out the bed. Voltemade. Yeah.
It doesn't quite rhyme, but I respect the effort. Like, you've got to give Wazza these props for the constant
you might need to rework it a little bit, but you've got the foundations there for something
he
to build on.
loves a song for a player. Does our Wazza?
Yeah.
I saw him on the latest show on Thursday, and he was there. He was popping a couple in for like Celestine Babayaro and the likes. So he's got a good song in him. I think, and just to go back to Voltemade, I think it's weird because I think it's kind of landed now in that very much the Eddie Howe debate. Like, there's been a strong portion of this season where fans have either been Eddie in or Eddie out, and they will like basically meg on the other side of that fence. And I think Voltemade's done the same, because I've heard lots of people, even on this channel, say, well, Voltemade had scored all these goals at the start of the season, then you took him straight out of the team, and then you played him in midfield. That's not the reality of what happened. The reality of what happened is Voltemade started really good. He was the only player that we had to play up front, and by the time that we got Wissa back, he did start looking like he could do with a rest. And then we gave him a rest, and then there wasn't long. In that time when he did look a bit tired, he was getting bullied on the ball. He was no longer getting in positions where he was looking like scoring goals, and he did look like a man who needed a genuine rest. Now, I very much believe that after that rest, he was going to come back and start scoring those goals again.
Yeah.
But there was no straight transition from he was scoring goals, then he was replaced by Wissa, then he was put in midfield. That didn't happen. So a lot of people kind of push that narrative. But there was a full portion there, which is why people then started having question marks around whether Voltemade could be a number 9. I mean, I still think he can be, but I can see when people are saying that he can't be, where they're coming from. And I think some people need to, I mean, fair enough, have your opinion. I'm one of the most opinionated people that we're going to get on this channel. But I always, well, actually, no, that's such an overstatement. I've just remembered some of the people we do have on this channel. But I have opinions, but I listen to other people's opinions, and you've got to look at the objective. There's no point just like sticking you're flagging the ground and being like, this is my opinion on this player. Like, okay, I get it. Waldemar fantastic, got a lot of potential. Did he go through a bit of a spell where he didn't look that great? He certainly did. Does that mean he's not going to then turn around and become prime Bergkamp? Definitely not.
Yeah, to say that he had a bit of a spell where he was struggling is that's not a damning indictment on Waldemar, because he's coming from Germany and he's a youngish kind. He's 24, isn't he? So he's coming into a league he's not familiar with. He's clearly not used to the kind of the physicality compared to the Bundesliga when you look at the Premier League.
Yeah.
So of course, yeah, he's going to struggle a little bit, and I think
plus he was our only striker for a very large portion of the start of the season. Like, that's a lot to bring a player in. Okay, you're a 24-year-old lad. You're coming into a new country. You're coming to a team that's mad about football. That's got so much expectations. You're on your own. Good luck. Like, that's gonna, he did by the end of that. He was almost like playing games. He was just kind of looking around like, yeah, can I go to bed, lads? Like, seriously, I've been up now for 6 weeks just trying to score goals for your team. Give us a rest.
Yeah. No, that's it. And like, I still hope it'll come good with Waldemar. And I just think, like, I agree with you, Tina. Like, in that moment of the season, I understood why he was took out, because he was trying to adapt to the league, and I think he was struggling a little bit. But I'm not forgetting the fact that also he was scoring goals before that at the start. He did actually start really well, so I haven't forgotten that, and I can see the potential is massive. So, like you say, I don't like this kind of split where it's like all in on either one side or the other on Waldemar.
Yeah. It baffles me. I mean, I've seen it all season with Eddie Howe, to where people have tried to, like, pinhole me and be like, oh, well, you're on this side. And I'm like, whoa. No, I'll give you the facts of why I believe Eddie Howe is a good manager. And I can accept that this season has not been great. I don't have to be like, oh, yeah, no, if you think Eddie Howe shouldn't be manager, I'm going to have a go. You're like, you don't have to be like that. Just chill. We're really good. I get the expectations have risen because we had a couple of great seasons and this one's been disappointing. But you've got to learn to chill. You can't just...
Well, like I said, yeah, it's. I know it might be looked on as blind faith. I mean, with Eddie, I'm saying, what would it be like if he stayed next season? Can he do that rebuild? I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm not dismissing all the concerns that people have got, because I'm one of those people with those same concerns. I've sat here and I've said it looks stale. It looks like he's lost the dressing room. He's out of ideas. I've said all those things, and I'm just playing devil's advocate to say, despite all of that, and it might be blind faith, but would he be able to go again if he was to be at the helm of this rebuild? And I'm just posing that question. I'm thinking about it, and maybe it wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. Maybe it would be, but I'm just trying to look at both sides, because there are a lot of LinkedIn Liams out there. Let's say that, I mean, there's a lot of blaggers out there in the football world, I think, with management.
Yeah.
And I just respect what Eddie's done in terms of that. Tells me overall what he's done at Newcastle tells me he has got substance as a manager.
Oh, yeah.
So as much as I bang my head against the wall at like some of the tactics that he does, I also try and remind myself that he got the first trophy in 50 plus years, and that means something. That's not sentimental necessarily. It's showing that he's got a skill set as a manager that can bring results. Now, has this season went too far in terms of like going too far the other way with the negativity and with the tactics and the selections and all that stuff? Maybe it has. Maybe it's went too far that way, and he can't recover. And it's the
and
right
I can see people's points
maybe
on
it
that.
is. Yeah,
I can totally see. The worrying thing for me is that with us not being in Europe next season, I can very much see a situation where Eddie Howe has another wonderful performance for us next season. And then the season after that, we're back in the Champions League and we're back to this exact same scenario where we're questioning if he can handle that extra game per season.
We would have to have learned from.
Yeah, this has to be a season that you learn from.
Yeah. So, Wazza, cheers, pal. Another super chat. Top man. I used to start the singing in the Gallagher's, to be fair.
Ooh.
Well, yeah.
Fair point.
I'm glad you did, mate. And if you can try and get it going anywhere in the ground this present time, I don't know if you go to the games, mate, but keep it going if you can. I used to go on level 7, and that's where I was getting the atmosphere going at the top of level 7 in
Right.
Sir John Hall stand. So
There is
we need
also
that,
a
mate.
rumour that the team sheet has been released as well.
All right, let's have a look.
Do we have access to that? And it turns out the rumour may be correct. I believe we are seeing no Hall at left
you're
back.
right. You
And
are
I
right.
believe
So
we are seeing Jacob Murphy starting on the pitch as well. So, yeah, turns out my sources
your
aren't,
sources are very accurate. Yeah.
aren't just ketchup, shall we say.
No, exactly. You've got some people in the know in your contact list. That's for sure. So yeah, I can see there. We've got the team sheet. It is.
I mean, chat's already reacted to it. I've got
they can see
Murphy!
it.
And then like 6 question marks and 5 exclamation marks. Like,
Yeah.
all right, bit surprised by that one, are you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll get to that. I'll just run through it first of all. So we've
Yes.
got Pope in goal. So Nick
Ooh.
Pope's turn.
Interesting decision
Playing
right
goal.
at the start.
Yeah. Botman is playing. We've got Chow. We've got Byrne. So it looks like 3 centre halves. Probably 5 at the back, because we've also got, I would imagine, at wing back. I think we've got Miley at right wing back. We have got.
Right, I can live with
Do
that.
you know what? I can't see, if that's the case, I can't see who would be left wing back. Do you think it's
I think it's Byrne, Botman, Chow, Miley.
right? Byrne,
I
Botman,
think he's
Chow,
playing
Miley.
Byrne
it's
at
four
left
at the
back.
back.
Yeah, I think it's 4 at the back with Byrne left back. And I hate that I'm saying that. And I know everybody in chat now probably hates the fact that I've said that as well. But that's what I think it is at this juncture. But let's keep dissecting. Let's keep.
Aye, so we've got Murphy. Like you've said, chat's going bonkers, but he is in the team. So we've got Murphy, right wing, I would imagine, right side of the attack. We've got in the middle what looks like Ramsey, Bruno, and Tonali.
I can live with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a fair bet that those 3 will be playing centre mid, 3 in midfield. And up front we've got Asula. So the other player that came in there that I can see is Willock. So Willock may well be the left-hand side, do you reckon? So Murphy right, Willock left.
I mean, I would think that's unless it is 3 at the back with Miley on the right, Murphy left wing back, because I know he tried that, it didn't work, but he has tried that. And then you've got your 3, maybe like a 3 in midfield with one of them playing as a 10 just off Asula. No, that's not going to be it, is it? No, it's going to be 4-3-3 with Murphy on the right and Willock on the left. Which, to be fair, Willock's best performances this season have actually been with him being part of the front 3. So, you know what it is? This is one of those lineups where we're looking at it and we're thinking, ooh, this is a bit sketchy. But we've had games like that where we've then, like the Manchester United game, I think we all looked at that team sheet and thought, oh, well, that's that done. And then it was actually our best performance of the season at that point. I was like, all right, this could work.
True. I mean, almost every selection here is going to cause some debate, isn't it? I mean, so many players here. I think that you would maybe not have expected to have been playing today.
I mean, if we had got on to predicted lineups, I was going to say Miley at right back and Ramsey, Tonali, Bruno in the middle. Like, I would take that all day long. I think Chow and Botman were always going to be a chance, especially as soon as it was announced that Hall wasn't going to play. It was. Do
you know what, though, Tina? That means, like people have said in the chat there, does that not mean Byrne is left back?
Yeah, that's how I think we're doing this. Byrne's left back, Botman and Chow centre backs, and then Miley at right back. And
I can live with Miley right back. I think that's a fair shout. Because
Byrne at left back is worrying though, isn't it? Yeah, Miley at right back. I'm happier with Miley at right back than I would be, to be fair, with Tino or Trippier at right back.
Totally. And do you know what? I don't know if there's any news on Tino about any injuries, but he's not even in the squad, is he? I can't see him on the bench. And I think that's really telling if that is the case.
That's an interesting one.
Because people are talking about Lewis Hall having a bust up, and don't get me wrong, there may well be something in that because he's not playing, but also Tino's not playing. I think that also could be a bit of a talking point because his head hasn't looked right. I don't think. Just as a fan looking from the outside, he
No.
very lackadaisical recently.
I've not enjoyed Tino, except that Chelsea game. That was the last game I saw him have a good game. Since then, I've honestly thought, oh, he's not trying for this. And I would have had Trippier and Miley ahead of him every game. I know Miley wasn't fit for two of them, but there's nothing that I've seen in Tino Livramento recently that's made me think, oh yeah, I definitely want him to stay at this club. Because he just hasn't had that level of even effort. Like, nothing he's been doing has been crisp. Nothing's been the Tino Livramento that we kind of got used to.
I can see Tino. You're right. I totally agree. His head ain't right, but I've just seen on ESPN. Yeah, he's injured. So to be fair, that's a non-story because he's.
I'm happier with that than the alternative.
Yeah. So that's fair enough. He's. I'm reading here that apparently he might even be a doubt for the World Cup. So he might be out for the rest of the season according to ESPN. But yeah, to be fair, that's fair enough, isn't it? It's a non-story in terms of bust-ups. But Lewis Hall is obviously the interesting one on that front.
Because it's not going to be tactical, is it? I mean, you're not going to think, do you know what I should do? Probably not start my most impressive player this season. That'll be a tactic. Arsenal won't see that coming. Like, there's got to be some sort of... I mean, it might be another, it might be an injury, it might be a knock, it might be an illness, but yeah, I'm not happy to see Hall not on the left.
Yeah, I mean, Burnett left back against Arsenal is just always going to be a massive gamble. I mean, surely you'd think he's going to... I haven't looked at the Arsenal lineup in terms of their injury news, to be fair, but if Saka's playing, if he is fit, then that seems like a...
if Saka's playing, we're in a lot of trouble down that left.
Yeah, it's no
Unless
context,
that's why Willock... Because if Willock's on left forward... Like, Willock's more of a natural midfielder. Maybe he's going to pull a little bit deeper than Barnes or Gordon or even Elanga would naturally do. So, I mean, I can see that. But again, I mean, did you see Willock trying to defend against Sunderland? I mean, it's not... If Willock was going to be... If you're telling me the defence on the left-hand side against Saka, who, in case anyone in chat doesn't know, he's a bit all right as a footballer as that Saka. Willock and Burn defending against him. I'm not feeling that. Like, I'm not into that at all. I would go as far as to say I don't like that.
Yeah, that could come back to bite Eddie, no doubt about it. I mean, even Pope in goal, I wouldn't have done that personally. I think Ramsdale, he's not much better, but he hasn't dropped any clangers, or he hasn't dropped enough clangers to kind of warrant being taken out of the team.
I would have had Ramsdale.
Yeah, I've lost faith in Nick Pope basically.
Which is, I mean, rightfully so. I mean, he's had some absolute stinkers, not just clangers, actual stinkers. There's a goal that he conceded where he was literally in the way of the ball, and there was no conceivable way that ball could have gone in, and yet somehow that ball went in. Like, it was almost like he glitched out of existence. Then, of course, was it the Marseille game where we decided, you know what it is? I've always fancied being a defensive midfielder. Let's give that a crack for 5 minutes. And that didn't work out too well for him either. So I don't think you're wrong for having lost a bit of faith in Nick Pope. But in saying that, if he goes out there today and has a fantastic performance,
I hope he proves me wrong. Yeah, I hope he has a blinder, and maybe he will. We'll see. It's. Yeah, it's one of those things where... Is
there a contractual reason why Ramsdale can't play today?
I wouldn't have thought so. I mean, he went off to Southampton. I know that was on loan, but that was after Arsenal, and then he went to Newcastle after that. I don't know. I just wouldn't have thought that. I'm sure did he not play against Arsenal or Southampton?
He may have. It was
So,
just in the back of my head there. Just when I was thinking, I was like, oh, hold on, maybe we're missing something here. But I might be completely wrong. When you're
Yeah.
right 99.5% of the time, you're wrong 0.5% of the time.
no, that's true. That's true. I mean, yeah, with Ramsdale, I know he hasn't been great. I know people are, they're slating Ramsdale as well. I can see in the comments saying that he's useless. Which, do you know what? I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but I also agree that he's not much better than Pope. But for me, I just think with Nick Pope, again, I'm just looking at his performance this season. I don't necessarily think he's a great shot stopper. Not anymore. I just don't think you can say that about Nick Pope based on his performances. I think maybe he used to be, but he's dropping clangers at shots that he should be stopping. So if you're doing that, then you're not a great shot stopper.
No.
So, yeah. But like I say, hopefully he proves wrong and he'll have a blinder and we'll see the old version of Nick Pope. So,
That's the optimism I love to hear, Peter.
yeah, there you go. Fingers crossed. But yeah, it's definitely causing a lot of activity in the chat. This
Yeah,
lineup.
chat's
People
went
are-
wild since that lineup came out. Apparently, according to our Michael, this lineup was leaked last night, suggesting that there is a mole in the camp. It does kind of suggest that anything that happened with Hall must have happened before today as well. So, a lot of interesting stories, or at least in my
I mean, I
head.
hope the Lewis Hall story is nothing. It could
No,
just be
yeah.
speculation. It might not even amount to anything. He might have just simply dropped him because of his performance against Bournemouth. I mean, whether you agree with that or not is another thing. But it might
mad
not be
stats,
because of
isn't
any
it?
bust up. Well, I guess we'll have to find out about that. Hopefully, the reporters will ask Eddie about that speculation, and he could put it to bed.
And the perfect place to be, if there is any story that develops from that, would be watching NUFC Talk TV live on YouTube all next week, where we will dive into any story that does develop from this.
And I think two men who will be involved in that is the Geordie Yam Yam and the Mighty Win. So
Woo!
we've got them on board.
Good
today.
afternoon.
Finally, I can hear you.
All right,
Good
lads.
afternoon. Welcome.
What do you
one and
two
all.
make of the final?
Perplexed, I think is the word, if I'm honest with you.
It's not the word you want for a lineup.
I just can't see. I mean, like, listen. If he's going for frustration, I think the first question I want to ask everybody in the chat, right? Which manager is under more pressure? And you've got to think of bottlers. There's a lot of Arteta out already, as they've already lost the 9-point lead that they had over Manchester City. There's a lot of pressure on Arteta. Now, listen, I've looked at this squad and I'm thinking it's frustration. It's frustration for everybody because it's frustration for every fan. Connor, I'm going to have to give a shout out to Connor, to be fair. At 10-4, he predicted the back line. Okay. The rumour, he titled it. The rumour is, well, let me just say, that rumour, whoever said it, is absolutely spot on. And apparently he's doing this for height because it seems as though Arsenal have been very susceptible to height.
Well,
with
they've been
goals
very
against.
successful at set pieces.
And like I say,
Number one in the league.
in the league for goals for on set pieces. You've just took the words out of my mouth. So, you've got to look at it for both ends. He's obviously trying to nullify what they can do in the offence. The problem is, by nullifying aerially, are you really nullifying defensively when it comes to ground duels and tracking back? I've often set up loads of discussions, tactics. When you set up a tactic, you set up a system of play. The problem when you set up the system of play, you then go on there and the second part to that system of play is the team effect. How does the team work within that system of play? And then what you have is an individual. And what we've seen, I mean, Phil, listening to Phil a little bit earlier on, was absolutely spot on. A lot of our issues has been individual mistakes. Now, it doesn't matter how good you are, as a coach, if you've still got individuals making errors that lead to a shot at goal or a goal, then you're still a problem. Now, I've just had to look at this lineup, and both me and Connor have been having a laugh behind the scenes. You've still got Murphy, you've still got Willock, both Ashley players. You know, we've all said, are they good enough from the outset? We know Eddie Howe seems to like these players. They're obviously showing something in the background. But I don't think you can honestly say, hand on heart now, you feel confident that this team can go out and win against Arsenal. They may frustrate and get a draw, and like I say, for me, it is more of the frustration towards the opposition. They're going to try and obviously sit deep and do the 4-5-1 system, and hopefully we get a break on. But I think it's going to be one of them games where we are literally going to have backs to the wall for a lot of the game. I don't know how Wynn feels. What's your thoughts, mate?
That's the old suicide or hero scenario yet again, isn't it? I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it when I saw it. You know, if you want to try someone fresh on the left wing, why not try a £55 million Congolese international left winger?
Yeah.
So there's something definitely going on behind the scenes there. Obviously, it scotches all the rumours about whether Gordon is injured or isn't injured. He obviously is injured. Because whatever you say about how he wants to win every game. You know, he certainly doesn't want to lose every game. So, you know,
I'm not sure if it totally rubbishes or discounts that rumor about Gordon. Does it not? I mean, does it not? It could be that his head isn't right still. I don't know.
Well, you know, everybody has been saying he picks and chooses these games. He only turns up against the big teams. Well, there's no bigger than Arsenal at Highbury, Emirates.
Yeah, them were the days, Wynn. Them were the days at Highbury.
Me said to Joe Harvey, have you heard of the North Bank Highbury? No, said Joe, I don't think so, but I've heard of the Geordie. Agro.
What just happened?
Indeed. What's just happened? Wynn has just popped one of his pills. That's what's just happened.
All right, fair. There is a good comment in chat though, which is I've just lost it there, but it was basically saying so they've dropped Lewis Hall, our best defender probably this season, for height, but then we've kept Nick Walter-Martin on the bench, who's 6'97". Like, surely if you want in height, you think, you know, instead of Willock or Wisser on the left, you think, we'll put Walter-Martin in there. You got a bit more height.
Yeah, the only problem with that is if you've got Walter-Martin defending, you get a Joker Park scenario, Stadium what scenario, where he uses his height for a bullet header against him.
Yeah, that didn't go great.
The other good one, I mean, Tony's thrown this in the chat here. What big challenges are you suggesting would be any better? They've all been crap, pretty poor. And it's true. You know, I mean, I understand Eddie, you know, is looking to get a reaction. And watching Chris's video yesterday where he's suggesting that, you know, Eddie Howe has thrown the certain individuals under the bus. But is it the first time that we've actually seen Eddie Howe being a little bit truthful and opening up about his players rather than protecting them, which has been in? Yeah, exactly. Well done, Prosaic.
Thank you.
Absolutely awesome, buddy. Thank you so much, sir.
And that has gone to, give me 2 seconds. Niall Powell. Hey, how are Niall? You should have been a member by now.
Indeed. He's benefited off all these lovely people, though, isn't he, Niall? He keeps getting these freebies. Jump on board, Niall, when this one lapses. It'll be great to see you. You're always in the chat. We love to listen to you. So, again, you know, you've got to ask the question. I wasn't enamored by individual performances, and Tony's absolutely spot on. You know, Howe has to make a change. The biggest problem for me is when you look at Harvey Barnes, right? I mean, Connor's just thrown it. What does Harvey Barnes think now being dropped? Well, hopefully you get a reaction. That's the idea of being, moved away from the first team, is you get a response. Now, Eddie Howe in his press conference, I mean, unfortunately, I didn't have a chance to see the press conference until later on yesterday evening. And I must admit, from the information that you could get, if you read between the lines, Eddie Howe is saying that he wants to win all 5 games, right? I say read between the lines. That's what he's saying. That's what he suggested. We need to win, and we need a performance, not just for us, but also for our fans. Sorry, my computer just seems to have gone laggy a little bit. So for me now, I'm looking at these players and I'm saying, is Willett going to give you anything down that left-hand side? Well, you never know. If he's the one now who is showing more than any other player in that training sessions, you have to question what has gone on with these so-called superstars that we've bought last summer, because it seems as though they're all, let me just put it this way, they're all either on the beach or steadying themselves not to get injured for the World Cup. Either or is affecting Newcastle massively because they're just not performing. So as Eddie now opened up and just said to himself, you know what? I've protected you guys as much as I can. I'm not protecting you any longer. I am going to start naming and shaming to a degree. And he wants to see a little bit more individual performances from the lads when they're given the opportunity. I mean, he did say about, Asula, he's taken his chance really well. I wasn't 100% sure of what he meant about Anthony Gordon. He's done a role, he's done a job for you while he was up top. But if he's that good, why move him back to the left-hand side? Is this chopping and changing also upsetting the systems that you're trying to set out?
If he's trying to name and shame, I think that would be totally unfair on Lewis Hall, for example, because Lewis Hall has been our player of the season by a mile for me. So you can hardly be saying you're taking it. But, okay, he didn't have a particularly good game against Palace, but that's one game out of 33. So the rest of them, when he's been fit, when he's been available and played, Lewis Hall's been excellent. So I think any idea that he's naming and shaming is a bit. But again, £260 million on the bench, man.
Yeah. I mean, I said earlier on,
as you've just said, by the way, Willock and Murphy, 2 ex-Bruce players, in the side. Yeah.
We've gone backwards, mate. We haven't gone forwards. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I put in the chat when the lads were talking to Phil. Lads and Lassie was talking to. Excuse you. Just on a weekend, and when you guys were talking, and I put in, because you were talking about Dan Burn and why he hasn't got so many goals for. It's difficult when you're being challenged all the time, and again, you look at the systems that you play. Are we now just looking at Eddie Howe playing? I was going to say, playing players of yesteryear just to get a reaction from the newbies. He still thinks they're good enough. He hasn't lost faith in any of them, but there's obviously something gone in. Now I'm going to refer to Hall, because you've just made a great point. The other thing I was going to say about Hall is he an easy target for the manager to take off? Because to me, against Crystal Palace, even though you said he didn't have a bad, he wasn't at his best, he certainly wasn't the worst on that field of play. There was a number of people that could have been, pulled from that team way before Louis Hall come off the field of play. And when the camera directed to the bench, I must admit, Louis Hall wasn't happy being pulled. Eddie Howe said it was a tactical change. It was a tactical refresh. I didn't see any tactical change within that whatsoever. It was the same old, apart from obviously throwing Dan Burn on the left-hand side It didn't change anything. You know, you could have, if you was going to go that way, why didn't you just say, you know what, I'm going to go with 3 at the back and I'm going to throw an extra striker on and go, 3-4-2 or something, 3-5-2 or something like that. Make a change, but player for player isn't a tactical change, in my opinion.
I don't know what I'm trying to decipher yet again when it was as super chats here. Thanks, Waza. Win, Hall, and Tino off. Man,
Saying win, Hall and Tino are off, man. You said it yourself. And I'll not add the last bit on because I was...
You nitwit!
Gabby will do that bit for me.
Yeah, I'll do it.
I will wear the nitwit badge with pride. Holds off, because I haven't heard any definitive reports that Hall is looking to jump ship.
Oh, I hope he's
Well,
not.
we said there's a lot of big clubs now have come
I mean,
in.
I've
Since
said
you
all
said,
along, if I was
yeah,
a big,
since
if
you
I was a
said
big-
it,
if I was a big club, that's when one of our players I'd be looking at, and that would
Yeah.
on this season's performances, and that would be
That
Lewis
was
Hall.
right down there, like when I'm not gonna lie. Everything was
I-
rosy until you said that, and now every team in the world's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I actually's got a good point. Let's go and take Lewis Hall. Thanks, Vin.
Yeah, I mean, it's really weird because, like I say, out of nowhere, and again, I'm just looking at 8 potentials, and out of those 8, there's 2 players that aren't Newcastle players involved in a Newcastle transfer. So you can see from that, there's lots of individuals behind the scenes that seem to be either wanting to move, made comments, Maybe they've already been, the clubs have already been contacted. And is it the fact that because there's been so much money put on the table, and this is another thing, right? Anthony Gordon, potential £75 million, 65 million I read yesterday with add-ons, up to 75 million. Are they protecting him? Is the club saying financially, we can't afford to turn this down, so we'll keep him under lock and key for a little bit? Have the club realised that this year is gone? So it's about, and again, we don't know the full history, that we don't know what goes on behind the scenes. We don't know what's been spoken to Eddie about. We've said it before. Hopkinson, we said the way the team changes regarding Champions League to domestic league had changed massively. That was obviously a financial hit. Is this also now a financial hit when it comes to Eddie Howe being not forced, but asked to move players out of firing line because of potential moves in the summer?
I don't think so. I don't think you would drop Lewis Hall for that reason, personally. I think even if he had an inkling that Lewis Hall was going to go, and behind the scenes there's talks, if Eddie Howe was told there's talks between different parties with Lewis Hall, I still think Eddie Howe would think, well, it's still business as usual. I'm going to pick my team accordingly to try and win the game. I don't think he would let that get in the way.
Anybody seen this?
I don't think the club would tell him.
I
to
just
drop
saw that
there
as a
for that
kid,
reason.
too.
But
Tindon
obviously
has left.
He has dropped Lewis Hall, and that is quite baffling that you would put in, I think, Dan Burn at left back, to be honest, at Arsenal away, in place of Lewis Hall, when you look at how good Lewis Hall can be.
Yeah, maybe
Peter,
there's some
Do you think
changes
it's more
going.
likely that it was because of the reaction when he got brought off? Just because obviously, I mean, I agree with you that it's both a tactical nightmare decision and it definitely shouldn't be looking to protect anything for a move. Do you think it might have had something to do with the reaction that was just mentioned, or?
Well, he had a face like thunder, didn't
Yeah.
he, Lewis Hall, when he was in the dugout after being subbed. But it may well be that there's been a bust up. We don't know. I guess that's the problem. I don't know if that's been all but confirmed or whether it's just pure speculation. I haven't looked into that enough to kind of give a informed opinion, really. But I guess it's people putting 2 and 2 together, because he did look a bit peed off That's for sure.
Connor's saying that obviously we know West Ham and Spurs are both winning now. Spurs have got a goal in the 82nd minute. So if we lose today, does that put us in a relegation fight?
Edges us closer to it, doesn't it? I mean, it's something. You know what it is? I wish I hadn't said anything. I said it tongue in cheek like a while ago. I was like, hang on. Should we be looking at relegation here? And at the time, I was kind of like expecting people to kind of laugh it off, and now I'm looking at it, and I'm like, oh, kind of wish I'd kept that comment to myself because it is kind of it is a bit of what would be. I mean, I like I say, because Arsenal have got a lot of pressure on them, I had a little bit of confidence that we're going to kind of get away with this game today, until I saw what is either the wildest rumour of the season or the biggest breaking news that's came out while we've been building up to a match this season, which I think Wynne and Gary were just about to mention before, which was the Jason Tyndall story.
Yeah,
like that. If that's true, that could be.
I'm on BBC and I can't find it anywhere.
Let's forget about that then.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, I can't see. I think if Mad Dog had left the side of Eddie Howe, I think you'd see Eddie Howe's suitcases packed as well. If I'm honest with you, they'd be skipping, singing Wham songs down.
Do you think Eddie Howe would have the chance or the choice, or do you think Tyndall would just be like, yeah, I'm off, come on, Eddie, and then Eddie would just
Come
be
on,
like,
Ed.
all right, Jason, I'm coming.
It is just like Wham, the two of them. They're like literally side by side. Yeah, I mean, listen, I thought,
And then, by the way, George Michael went on to have a much better career than he had when he was
solo. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, solo career. Well, let's just see.
A solo was in Wham as well before he became one of our strikers.
Diddly, but if only I had Chrissy's soundbox, I'd be happy. That would be one of those.
I can't say this Tyndall leaves anywhere.
No.
Can I just quickly give a shout out to Borky as well, because Borky was one of the people who did break. He was one of the first people that I saw mention the idea that Hall wasn't going to be in the lineup today, and everyone's mentioned it, and nobody's mentioned the fact that Borky had said it, and he's been in chat a couple of times, once in block capitals, saying he's taking the mick. I broke this ages ago, so I just wanted to give a quick shout out for Borky there, because I did see him informing us of that, shall we say, as well.
Yeah. Callum Wilson, believe it or not, scored for West Ham in the 90th minute. So, yeah, Isak scored as well for Liverpool today, so they'll be happy on Merseyside. It is crazy to think, though, now we are into this situation where, we're talking relegation. We've gone from Champions League contenders to potential relegation. I mean, if we get sucked into, like Leeds being on 40 points, Forest 39, they played well yesterday against the Mackhams, really took it to town. West Ham 36, Spurs 34.
Eight points clear of the Spurs with 4.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Spurs have got a hell of a lot to do, to be fair, and they've got some tricky games coming up. So, but what I'm saying is, finishing in the bottom 4 or 5 for me, Peter, would be an absolute. I mean, it would be devastating to think of where we've been to where we could end up. I mean, this time last year we were taking the Michael out of Man U and Tottenham. Are they going to be taking the Michael out of us?
They are. And if you said to me, you know how much of an Eddie fan I am. But if you'd said to me at the start of the season, if Newcastle finish in the bottom 6, let's say, or even I tell you what, if you'd said the bottom 7, if Newcastle finish in the bottom 7, does Eddie have to go? There'd be absolutely no doubt about it. It would be, yes, he's got to go.
Yeah.
And that's looking, quite possible now, bearing in mind we've got to play Forest and West Ham.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is,
I've been trying to play devil's advocate earlier on in the show about whether Eddie could be the man to, because there's rumours, isn't there, that the club are going to back him.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, okay, well, you look at that and you think, can he be part of this rebuild and can he spearhead this? rebuild for next season, but he doesn't make it. He makes it a bit hard for himself sometimes. Eddie Howe. He like with decisions like this with Dan Burn at left back, for example. It's I mean, I can. There's only so long you can kind of you can put the idea forward. I think for Eddie to be part of the rebuild until you have to maybe say, well, maybe it's better that he isn't if we are near the bottom three. I mean, geez, look at that league table. You're right, like it's not pretty. And if we're finishing close to the relegation zone, I just
And
don't see how it
again,
survives that.
when you consider, we all know the reasons that it happened, but 250 million in the summer window, and it's all on the bench.
Well, that's a
Well,
problem because
sorry,
you go
apart
into
from,
next
apart
season
from
as well.
Chow, sorry.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, you look at them, the two strikers, and you're thinking about next season. I don't see how you can really judge them properly unless they are given a chance now between now and the end of the season. So Wissa and Voltemada, like I said earlier, I understand why maybe he's shuffled the pack a few times this season with regards to Voltemada, and he's tried to play him a bit deeper. And he's a player who has potential. He's trying to adapt to the league. But I think now at this point, and also I'd put Wissa in that bracket. You're coming to the end of the season where those two players, like you say, Wayne, they've paid massive money for both. Do you not need to try and gauge where they are at with one eye for next season? I don't see. Or is he just going to judge it in training and that's it? I don't know.
Listen, it could be a totally different picture at 7:30 after we've beaten Arsenal 4-0.
Could
But on
be.
the other hand, if we've got beat 4-0, then I think even I will give up on the European dream. And then you've got to say the last 4 games you have to go with them. You have to.
I love that in the space of 10 minutes we've went from Gary saying, are we in a relegation fight, to Win saying, I mean, if we lose this, I might finally give up on Europe. I love the juxtaposition of that.
Yeah, that is Win all over, isn't it? He loves Newcastle. And listen,
Glass half
I'd
full
love-
all the time.
I'd love to have an element of that. And I just want to put this one up. Chris, remove that Vol West Midlands Black Country accent, lad. I have to switch off when when he presents.
Oh dear.
Wow.
Bye-bye.
Bye,
See ya.
red light one.
Disagree.
See ya. Ta-ta. Bye-bye.
Could I just point out that Gary is probably one of the best commentators on YouTube, and I'm not just saying that because I'm on the same channel with him. I'm an objective person, but if you listen to actual radio commentary, and then you listen to Gary, and if you don't think Gary's in that echelon, then I don't know what you've been drinking, fella.
Move aside. That's what they say. Move aside. Let the ones in. I mean, listen, I can't help the accent that I've been brought up with. There is lots worse, I'll tell you now, than my accent.
Like my accent, for example.
No, I love
mismatch of accents.
I mean, to be fair, whenever they do a survey of the best loved and most disliked accents in the UK, Geordie is always near the top.
It is.
And West Country's always at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, I trained in Bristol.
Don't know why.
Yeah, I trained in Bristol, and they used to call me Gar down there. It was always, all right, Gar, and I just love accents. I think accents are superb. But like I said, some people love, some people hate it. And like I said, if you don't like it, then switch off, go somewhere else.
Does it reflect on the person?
Exactly. I don't know where he's got that vile person from, because I don't think I'm vile. And if I have said something that is untoward, then please address me. But I'd rather you address me in person and call me vile.
One of the genuinely most neutral and most hard-working people on this channel never goes full in on any sort of strong, okay, you've got to believe this kind of opinion. Always puts massive work into each and every early late night show, which I finally got used to saying. If you're going to call anybody on this channel vile, I would imagine Gary would have to be one of the last names that you would mention.
Indeed.
well.
Yeah. Well done.
Here. There you go. I mean, listen, great comments coming through, and like I say, thank you so much. I mean, like I said, I love doing it. I wouldn't be here. I'd rather be, like I say, I miss most of the game. Put it this way, doing the commentary, because obviously you're looking at the gameplay and everything else. So I have to usually go back to enjoy the game. Well, if it's worth watching back, and there ain't been many of them, I'll tell you. So I haven't bothered this season. But you don't. You do. You miss all of the game involvement, if you like, when you're commentating, especially when you want to try and make it great for people that are listening. Like I say, back when we were on radio, hopefully that does come back. That's what it was made for, really, because obviously people can see where the ball is, if they're watching it on TV. But if you listen to it on radio, sometimes you just have to describe it a little bit better than you would do normally. Don't listen to, what was that one? I've just seen that one. Gary is a Geordie. Don't forget it just because he isn't living in the Toon. Gavin, well, like I said, I nearly had my dream come true. We were very close to moving back up north. But unfortunately, the place that I was looking at had already gone. We were literally, this time last month, I was literally about 2 hours away from saying to Win, I'm coming for the pint, lad. I was there. But I mean, there was a lot to do. Yeah, I was coming back to Monk Seaton. There was a place that had come available, and I said to War Kid, who's still in Monk Seaton, if anything comes up, let me know. And they had, but somebody had beat me to the offer. So, unfortunately,
what was that? Was that quoting Daniel Wales saying, "Red, you're gonna get chincho."
Yeah, exactly. Who's Daniel Wales?
It's it was the film about the unemployed Geordie.
Oh, right, okay.
Daniel Blake.
Oh, that is
Daniel
Blake.
Daniel Wales is a panelist for us.
Oh, Danny's in the press room, man.
Does the press?
Oh, he's the press room. Ah, right, there you go. I thought, because Connor's just said you're Daniel Wales on screen. It's because I've got it in the bottom corner there. Look, Danny Wales. I've just realised. I'm thinking, who's Danny Wales? And it's me, obviously, today. I'll change that in a second. Listen, I get the point that, like I say, people just don't like certain parts of the country. It is what it is. But I am black and white through and through. Trust me, it hurts me as much as anybody else when I see us not doing well. Like I said, I love coming on to this show because of my memory issues, and I keep relying on it. And that's what I said. It is hard work for me to do what I do here because of my memory issues. And talking to you guys gives me hope, if that makes sense, because what you're actually doing is, like I said, especially with Win and Boki and the likes, you reminisce on games that gone by. You, Peter, and Tim the same, and when you do that, it gets my cogs working, and you're doing me the world of good. This is my therapy with you guys. So thank you all so much, because, like I say, you are all for me golden. And I love that. So, like I said, we will crack on.
We've got our resident doom-monger Viva Vendetta in. The relegation deniers are starting to get a sense of dread.
Yeah, I mean, I must admit, Tony Toon Jat on X, some breaking news. A 16-year-old academy player whose name cannot be mentioned has accused Newcastle United manager Eddie Howe of touching him inappropriately.
What?
Eh?
I don't know how true. I think that's.
Well,
I think that is, like I say, that's bad publicity. If I'm honest with you, that is. I've just had a look. It's one of those. Again, we look at. I scroll down, and bless him, it kind of says, "Don't read it out." Too late, mate. I've read it out. But this is how bad it's getting.
Well, this is what happens. So, a rumour comes out from somewhere, and then everybody puts two and two together, makes five, and all of a sudden it's out there in the Twitter sphere.
Yeah, it's shocking. That is terrible. To put that type of comment now, that is bad. And because somebody's I've just had a look in the hashtag as I was saying it, hashtag me too. Was the word. So again, that is just bad. I mean, it's disgusting, I must admit. Pete, I was going to ask you, when you first saw this, I was listening to you guys breaking the team news. First thoughts then, mate. What was your thoughts, Pete, when you saw this? Was it something that I know you were quizzing whether it was 3 at the back, and Tina Tooney there was trying to work out the team with you. I mean, what you could get with Miley at right back, it could quite easily switch across to be playing 3-5 with Miley. Coming more of an inside 6, if you like, with Tonali, which then frees up 3 bodies going forward if they do decide to go into this 3-5-1 system. So it works. It actually works, but it certainly shook me. I mean, I thought Connor was taking the Michael when I first saw what he put down in the chat, rumour. But, I mean, to see what happens.
Yeah,
what was your thoughts, mate?
I like that Miley's in, but the rest of the lineup kind of bamboozled us in terms of what's going on here. I'll let you do the super chats there before.
Yeah, was I saying, guys, you're doing better than I would with this bunch. Meaning Pete, Tina, and myself, of course. I'm not going to argue with that. And Bogey's saying, Gary's the second best bloke on the channel, man. Behind me.
Indeed. Thanks, Bokey.
Self-praise is no recommendation, Bogey.
But it's the only one we get.
It's the only one you're going to get.
I'm going to say, yeah. I mean, what was it you were saying, Pete? Because obviously we've got some super chats there. What was your thoughts, mate?
Yeah. So I think Miley is, we all know, potentially top class player. So I think it's really good to see Miley back in the team. But I was just, when I seen the lineup, the rest of the lineup, I was scratching my head at. I was wondering, hang on, who's playing where? And we've got players in there who I just didn't expect to see. So we've got Willock in. I heard about Pope potentially being in.
Yeah.
To be fair, I heard that rumour. But I'm not sure if I would have put Pope in. It's a tricky one. I think, personally, I just think, like, with Dan Burn at left back, that's the main one that stands out as being controversial. Tino's not in. I mean, I was saying earlier, I was wondering why that was, but obviously I read since then that he's injured, so that's no big deal. But yeah, I think if Dan Burn he might have a blinder, and we'll be sitting there after the match saying it's a genius move by Eddie Howe. But come on, if we're going to go off previous performances in that position, especially you're playing Arsenal away in this match, it's a tall order. I think, pardon the pun, but for Dan Burn to actually get the better of Saka if it is Saka that he's playing against. So that's where the speculation's then going to ramp up, I think, with regards to Lewis Hall maybe having a bust up. Because you're scratching your head, aren't you, as to, well, what is the reason? Why is Lewis Hall out of the team? If it's not a bust up, then if it's just, a bad game against Bournemouth, then is that not a bit harsh to take him out?
Absolutely. Yeah. It is harsh, mate. It's what I said. I mean, this does not, to me, warrant, like I say, anything but question marks across everything that he said in his presser yesterday about wanting a reaction from players, to the point where he's looking at, Connor's just put down here a 4-5-1 to a 4-3-3 counter. I can see it now. Like I say, we are going to be on the defensive. Dan Burn's going to start against Madueke, and obviously then they've got Saka to come in off the bench after his Achilles injury issue. So, there is a number of question marks that you are going to be encountering.
You see, I understand having Burn in for the leadership, but put him in at centre half. I understand.
Well, that's what I said.
You know what I mean? Yeah, you need the characters like Burn to kind of rally the players with what's happening with the team lately, the last few weeks, spiraling out of control, confidence is low, it's all unravelling. So yeah, Dan Burn has probably got that leadership that you would need, but yeah, put him centre half.
And again, why wouldn't you just go with 5 at the back if you're gonna be that way inclusive, and keep your the idea of a wing back, if you like, somebody you can press with the ball going forward, which for me, Hall has been one of our mainstays this season, doing that with the ball at his feet.
I think he's top for progressive carries this season.
Yeah, and again, when you look at what he does with the ball as well, I mean, the only thing that I wished he would do, I wish he wouldn't listen to his senior players as much as he does. I'd love him to be a little bit more selfish. I'd love him to take a bit more of that leadership role. But again, like as you see with Miley, all these young lads, probably Tino to a degree as well, when the more experienced players want the ball, they pass it the 5 yards back rather than trying to get the ball into the box. And you lose your momentum a little bit then. You do lose that fluid motion, if you like. And that, to me, if I was to and don't get me wrong, it's not just Lewis Hall when I count this. It's a number of players, especially, like I say, especially the younger ones, that struggle. They get to the right position. They get to that byline. They get the ball, the opportunity to get into the box. Now, I know people will always say, well, if there's nobody to pass to, why knock it into the box? The problem is you create pressure. And when you're on the opposition, the last thing you like to do is face your own keeper. So if you deliver the ball in the right areas, there's two things that can happen. You clear it back to the edge of the box where you're expecting a black and white shirt to be running onto it. And again, that's that second ball involvement that, again, I haven't seen enough of Newcastle. We seem to be very much...
Isn't it, Gary?
It is indeed. It is indeed.
Yeah.
And I do think, when you look at the way we bring that momentum, it's drive forward up until that final third, and then we stop and we come back. And I am all in the philosophy of elite managers, and elite managers always say, go backwards to put the ball forwards. I am all for that, but there's a time and a space for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I just think, unfortunately, with a bunch of players that Eddie Howe has got, even though they're good players, he mentions it himself, I think individually there is weak points across the entire team.
That
and that could be confidence.
Yeah, and just to elaborate on that, Gary, the Palace performance away just recently, which overall, poor performance, but the one passage of play that was pretty good was the goal, where it was first time one-touch football, which is exactly what you're saying, Gary, where they didn't, there's a time and place, like you say, to go back and to start again and build that passage of play. But the goal we scored was incisive, and it, like Eddie Howe said, he likes to play. He wants his team to play with a purpose, and they did in that moment, and they got the goal. But then the game restarts, and then they don't do that again. It's back to 3-4 touches. So
Lee McFarlane's in the chat, Gary, there. He says, Gary, I feel like I've known you for ages. You should go for a job on Football Focus. They
wouldn't have us. They wouldn't have us.
They wouldn't have us for his accent.
Exactly.
The application.
Hello, Bonlaho does okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, I must admit, I don't talk like that, though. I couldn't. I think even I'd turn myself off if I talk like that. But I probably come across most to everybody else as I would do, which is really weird. Tina, you've gone really quiet. It's because I've come on and I've challenged your chat, isn't it? Because you're a talker, I'm a talker, and you go quiet when I'm on.
I just try not to interrupt people.
You should. Get involved.
I've been a little bit, I've been very, very involved for most of the show. I just, obviously you guys come on and then it's like I feel at that point it's like, okay, it's getting structured towards the game. We're kind of trailing off. So I don't want to like jump in and dominate the Listen, talking,
While your face is on screen, you're involved in this chat. Yeah. That's the way I look at it.
And a great comment from Michael Petit there. Is that bloke who I take it means Eddie, obviously, for real. Trips a right back, Paul a left back on the bench, and he's playing Byrne at left back, who's a centre back, and Miley at right back, who's a centre mid. Murphy and Willock over Barnes and Alanga, and £125 million worth of strikers on the bench for a Sula.
Yeah.
How out?
I mean, to be fair,
like I say, it's a suicide note or a stroke of genius.
Yeah, it's
Time
crazy.
will tell. And as I've said constantly, football is all about results. It's the only thing that counts.
Yeah, it is. But when you look at the amount of players that we are playing out of position, we talk about individual
It's
errors. That is, it's been for me. It's been the toothache this season for me. Playing, swapping and changing players halfway through a game. Rotating individuals. When you go player for player, and keep a system. The biggest problem thing is Arsenal are playing 4 centre backs too, says Connor. Well, that's true as well, mate. But they have been playing together for some time, haven't they? And that is the frustrating part for me with Eddie Howe. If you've got individuals that aren't doing the setup, the tactic that you've addressed, that you've had all week to address, by the way, this isn't, like I say, this 2-3 game weeks now. These are literally, you've got virtually 7 days to prep the team to get them sorted. I just look at this situation now, and like I said, the only excuse I give him with 5 games to go is he's being told to protect players because of the financial scrutiny that Newcastle are under, the squad cost thing, and maybe and again, I have no other reason to believe, as you've just put on the screen there from the chat, why you would leave a natural right back and a natural left back on the bench. Doesn't make any sense.
No, Arsenal away as well.
And even if you want Dan there for height, still you're gonna have Hall in midfield instead of Willock, because Hall has been, the best going forward. If you wanted to go 3-5-2, who's the best to have on the left overlapping? Lewis Hall, by a country mile.
Plus, I mean, Dan Burn hasn't really worked out at left back this season at all, has it? So and I mean, I get it because Arsenal are really good at set pieces.
Dan Burn at left back hasn't worked out since 22-23, to be fair.
Yeah, so I mean, and that's my point. I mean, obviously Botman's having a bit of an indifferent season. You could absolutely put Dan Burn in centre back, and I think Peter was mentioning earlier on about Dan Burn's leadership. Obviously he's got the height, but we were also looking at a stat that Dan Burn hasn't really won as many headers as you would expect him to this season as well. So it's one of them weird decisions where you've put him in a position where he's not playing very well to do a job that he hasn't really done all season. And, Botman's made a lot of mistakes, so that was kind of the easy solution. And I mean, maybe Lewis Hall, because Lewis Hall has played a lot of games. So, I mean, maybe that's factored into it. But now that you've got 1 game per week, I don't see how that would, really have to factor into it,
Yeah.
Even if you're looking at it, say you've played lots of minutes. When you look at what Newcastle have to do, and even Eddie Howe, again, we talk in press conference, his words, we have to win the next 5 games. And then you put this team out, and straight away, even as fans, you're like, well, where's this going to win this game? So what are players thinking? And you're leaving natural positions of players on the bench. It just doesn't make.
That's what RM's saying there. Square pegs and round hole. Eddie Howe was the plot. I think he's just waiting for his compensation.
To be fair, though, I mean, we've seen lineups this season that we've looked at and thought that's diabolical, and then we've actually went on to have 2 of our best games and 2 of the worst lineups that we've seen. So I mean. It wouldn't surprise me if we all get absolutely schooled today by an Eddie Howe tactical masterclass. But at the same time, I can understand plenty of people's reasons to look at that team sheet and absolutely hide their head under behind a cushion while they're watching the game because of just fear of the fact that you've got Willock, who hasn't been great this season. You've got Dan Burn in there. I mean, it's even Nick Pope coming back in was a bit of a shock for me. Okay, maybe he's doing something in training that's kind of shown it, but Ramsdale's not really been that bad. He hasn't dropped as many clangers as Pope has, and his distribution's still infinitely better. So
Well, that's the only thing I would say is, by the way, the last couple of games, his distribution hasn't been, a lot better than what Pope's is.
I mean, it's not been as good as you would expect from Ramsdale, but it's. I mean, Nick Pope's distribution hasn't been as good as you would expect from a goalkeeper for 4 years. So I mean, there's, if you can look at bad distribution, you can't really let Pope, unless Eddie Howe's just forgotten about that. He's just like, oh yeah, we'll put Pope in, and then he's gonna get the ball passed back to him once, and then he's gonna be like, that's why we weren't playing him. That's why he was dropped, wasn't it? I've just remembered that. He's going to turn to Jason Tinley. He's like,
Lee
do you
McFarlane
remember that?
Have they just had the big meeting at Matfin Hall, or is that still to come at the end of the season? No, they've had that meeting this week.
I thought it was this week coming, because they've only just landed, haven't they? They've only just turned up. I thought the meeting was this week, this coming week.
Oh well, you could be right. I thought they were there Thursday and Friday.
Oh, I mean, they may have done. It's just the fact that when Eddie was talking in the conference, when he was asking about the meeting, he stipulated that it's something that we do, multiple times a year. I just thought it was once. I mean, it may have already been sorted. Arteta's just come on Sky News, and he's looking for his team to make a fast start and play on the front foot. So, again, looking at Arsenal.
You got my hopes up there. I thought you were just saying he was looking for his teamers, and he'd lost all of his first.
He's lost all of his first team players.
And I was like, oh, get in, we're going to win this. But no, you've ruined it by that second part of the sentence, unfortunately.
You're right. Chairman Al-Rumayyan and a delegation from PIF are due to visit the northeast of England this coming week.
Yeah, so it is this week.
It's this week. So they haven't had it yet.
Yeah, and Paul Wright saying Football Focus has been scrapped, unfortunately. Yeah, because they knew I was coming on it.
Well, I'm not going to get on me. No, I'll not bother.
No. Let's go back to Pope then, because there was an interesting comment right at the start when Pope, I saw it in the chat earlier on, when you dropped the team, Pete, and you put in that Pope was in the starting lineup, and that got my ears, pricked up, because I'm thinking, oh, okay. And straight away, me being me, I went to Eddie Howe's expecting a lot of shots at this goal. So he's changed, obviously, a keeper that obviously hasn't been very successful in between the sticks for us this year, if I'm honest with you. And obviously, neither has Pope, to be fair. But at the two of them, there is a shot stopper in Pope. Hopefully, we can get that back. But like I said, percentage-wise, you've only stopped so many. So, was your thoughts on a similar vein? The reasons why Ramsdale has gone out and you brought Pope back, expecting a lot more shots at goal?
I can only think that in training, Nick Pope is maybe shown the form that we've all seen from years gone by, and maybe Eddie Howe reckons that he's managed to rediscover that shot stopping prowess. But as fans, obviously, we can only go off what we see at the games, and like for me, Nick Pope, I can't say that he is a good shot stopper anymore, because like I said earlier to Tina, like when you're dropping clangers with shots that you should be stopping, then you've got nowhere to hide it. You're not a good shot stopper then, are you? So, and that's just been a constant theme this season when he has been between the sticks, unfortunately. Like, so yeah. I personally, as a fan, just looking in from the outside, I would have kept in Ramsdale, because I just think he's like the lesser of the two evils, if you want to put it that way. But I'm not ruling out. Maybe Pope will have a blinder. I'll put my optimistic hat on, and I'll say maybe he'll prove us all wrong, and he'll be the old Nick Pope that we saw from a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that would be good, if I'm honest with you. I always remember that Milan game where he literally stood as he's like the Lone Ranger. I think it was 22 saves or something during that game, which was incredible. But like I say, for me, this team isn't about going forward for me. This is a team about how we defend, and we set out. Like I said, they're going to set out on the front foot. Does that suit us when it comes to potentially getting round the back of them? Obviously, I'm not saying that you've got any speed on either wing. To be fair, and as fast as Asula is, they're quite strong. Arsenal at the back. What I want to start seeing is a little bit of fairness from the officials, because as much as I like Gabriel, he can be quite a ferocious little swine at times with his arms. We've already seen that with Voltemada this season. I think the referees need to start seeing exactly what's going on the field of play for me.
He's very entitled, Gabriel. He wants every decision. He's constantly in the ref's ear. So hopefully we've got a strong referee today to try and deal with that. What do you reckon, Tina?
Yeah, I mean, we were just saying before, in regards to Gabriel, like there's definitely, if Asula annoys him enough, that there could be cards in there as long as the referee's fair about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's definitely a good defender, but yeah, I mean, he annoys me with his actions quite often when I'm watching him, and I don't have a horse in that race, to be fair. So I'm hoping that I don't, by the end of this game, have a reason to dislike him more, like as in it's worked against us. But if we can maybe rile him up and get him to make a couple of mistakes, maybe get him to get himself carded because of maybe his dissent and his entitlement, then Asula skips past him, gets fouled, get him sent off, and all of a sudden this defensive formation might very quickly have a reason to turn into a more attack-minded one.
And also, I'll quickly say as well, right? Sorry, you've got a super chat there, have you?
Yeah, what was I saying? When, my friend, you need a brain cell. The one you have left is obviously lonely and just saying, bud.
There you go.
Love was
her.
Cheers, was it?
Cheers,
as always.
Mate. As always.
With Arsenal, right, I think obviously we're talking about Gabriel there at the back. They played David Raya in goal as well. So when I've watched Arsenal, one of the traits I would say about the way they play from the back is David Raya holds onto the ball for a crazy amount of time sometimes.
Yeah.
He invites pressure, and they like to try and play through the lines from the back. But I think he's been caught out a few times, David Raya, this season. So if we can press, if Asula's got that energy to press and close down, then maybe they will buckle under the pressure that way.
Yeah, Howe's just been on Sky Sports saying that Pope is back in for experience and dealing with the opposition and from set pieces. Pick team to deal with Arsenal's threats.
Again, who would know Arsenal's threats better than Ramsdale?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, like I say,
I don't know how many of them were there when he was there, but
yeah, he has been out of the scene for a bit, wasn't he? Yeah, exactly. But it's an interesting one. This is the lineup for them. Then the Arsenal, the Gunners, they have Raya in goal, White, Saliba, Gabriel, Hincapié, Rice, Zubamende, Odegaard, Madueke, Eze, and Havertz. I mean, it's a decent side. This guys, it's not something you can say is something that Newcastle have got to work hard for as a team, as a unit, because if they don't, I can see this being a few goals against, unfortunately.
Well, on that note, I'm gonna I'll do a dash, lads and lads. I'll let you get cracking and get set up for the match.
Thank you, mate.
I'll cross my fingers.
And thank you for your pre-match. Brilliant, as always.
As always, yeah. Thanks, Peter. And thanks, Christina Tooney.
Christina.
We'll see you on the next one.
See you later.
Just as these guys go, we are going to put up the team. Pope, Botman, Tonali, Chow, Asula. Oh, you've moved it across. Where am I? Put it back on. There you go. Pope, Botman, Tonali, Chow, Asula, Jacob Murphy, Willock, Byrne, Bruno G, Ramsey, and Miley. Like I say, it is an interesting one from the gaffer.
That there obviously is just in numerical order, but
Yeah. I mean, it's,
so we've got a front three of Murphy, Asula, and Willock.
Yeah.
A midfield three of Bruno, Tonali, and Ramsey, and a back four of Miley, Chow, Botman, and Byrne, with Nick Pope in goal.
Yeah, it's funny how they haven't gone for Gyökeres up front. They've gone with Kai Havertz, with Madueke on the right-hand side.
I think Arteta trusts Gyökeres about as much as Howe trusts Voltemada and Wissa.
Well, like I say, for me, there's got to be a lot of trust for these guys because I mean, listen, I like this Arsenal side. I think it's a very good side. I just think, unfortunately, with Arteta, he just doesn't seem to be able to. I mean, they're on a bit of a bad run, if you like. They've lost the last 4, 2 in the Premier League. Man City are right now. They've got a chase, which is strange to even say that because 2 weeks ago it still looked as though Man City were going to finish runners up. But all of a sudden things change.
The wheels have well and truly come off.
Yeah, absolutely. And everybody's saying it's 4-3-3 for Newcastle. It was an interesting one because I did see earlier on, I think it was FOTMob had put us down as a 3 at the back with 5 in midfield. So they'd gone 3-5-2 with Asula. I can't remember who they else.
I think that's just
top.
because what FOTMob are doing is being a proper analytical football website and saying, "Oh, Dan Burns playing. There must be going 3 at the back because we know he's rubbish at left back, so they couldn't possibly be playing him there."
No, well, that wouldn't surprise me either. Right then, we are literally on the verge of kickoff, guys. The lads are all huddled together, and we are ready to rock and roll. This tea time kickoff, which is an interesting one because, like I say, we don't always have a tea time kickoff. Arsenal's
I've
kickoff
got quite a good record actually at 5:30.
Yeah, we have at 5:30
on a
kickoff.
Saturday.
Yeah, on the Saturday one. Yeah, absolutely. So here we go. Like I say, I don't know whether they were doing a minute silence for Manninger, who'd lost his life this year. The goalkeeper. Ball goes over to that left-hand side, and it's Tonali who gets it clear. And there's a bit of a ball up in the air, and now all of a sudden we've got Willock running forward with the ball, plays the ball forward to Asula. Oh! First half chance really for Asula to get a shot at goal, and it was a very strange moment for Arsenal, but they do manage to get it under control a little bit better now, and they are down on that left-hand side. Arsenal just trying to get it back. And the ball now in midfield, going out to that left-hand side. Declan Rice, as always, just hogging on that left-hand side, throws that diagonal ball out towards Madueke on the right-hand side. It's a good ball. Madueke gets the ball under control. But it's Ramsey trying to support Byrne there and gets a challenge on it. Ball back in from Ben White to Madueke. Plays the ball centrally to Rice again to pick up. Odegaard now picking this ball up and again using all of the pitch. Little dink in to a box, but that's easy for Pope to pick that ball up. And again, Pope taking his time. Half a chance there from Asula, getting a strike.
Proper air shot.
Yeah, it's just a shame. He's just off balance. Long ball from Pope, but again, it's easy for Arsenal to pick up that ball. Can Newcastle win the second one? No, they can't. But Tonali finds the ball back to Dan Byrne. Tonali again picking that ball up, facing his own goal, throws it to Chow. Chow now out to the right-hand side with Miley playing in his, I wouldn't say natural right back, but he has looked comfortable at right back, buddy. Ball now into Ramsey in the midfield. Looks like you're going to have a little bit of movement from Ramsey and Willock, who Obviously, going to start changing positions a little bit on this left-hand side. Tonali sitting in between Botman and Chow. Ball to Chow down the line. And again, it's Murphy trying to get the ball up to Asula. Tightly marked there, to be fair, Asula. So, ball back in Arsenal's favour. Rice picking the ball up in his own half. Gets the ball across to Ben White now. Right back. Saliba now. Ball forward. And again, it's Eze picking the ball up, playing it back to Hincapié. Back into Eze again, who's come deep in his own half to try and get involved in this game. And back.
Well, we're actually doing a bit of pressing here, you know.
Yeah, it's the half press and making Arsenal literally play in front of their own goal, to be fair. Odegaard.
Go on.
Again, down this left-hand side to Zubamendi. Lost it. It's Tonali now picking his ball up. And a ball into the midfield for Bruno. Oh! It looked like there was a glance there off the toe.
I think I must be
just over the bar.
Ahead of you.
You are. I'll refresh, mate, so I can get in front of you. You carry on with the commentary.
About, you know, certainly no more than less than a foot over the bar from Bruno there. So the first two chances have fallen to the Toon. Come on. Arsenal now back in their own 18-yard box again. Press. There's Tonali pressing on the left wing now.
Yeah, ball down
and
now, and it's
Botman. Simple ball back to Nick Pope. Plenty time. Gives it back to Botman. No forward attempts there from Pope.
I think I'm with you now, mate.
Okay.
3:58.
Yep.
Ball now with Willock central. Like I say, it's Willock now and Ramsey out on this left-hand side. So back with Bruno on the halfway line for Newcastle.
Big
again, taking the time.
Wing.
Yeah. Tonali. Malik Chow now. I didn't think I'd be saying that too often. Newcastle camped in the Arsenal half.
Yeah.
Murphy down that right-hand side. And again, showed a little bit too much to him, Cappy there.
Easy.
Yeah.
He could have played it off him and got a throw for us as well, you know.
Yeah, or even a corner, to be fair. But he dillied, and unfortunately.
He dillied and dallied.
Dillied. Yeah, indeed he did.
In Cockney land.
A ball in the corner. And say Hincapié with the throw-in, plays the ball inside.
Yeah, and press.
Again, there's a bit of a charge down there, but it's, again, Arsenal trying to get it under cover.
It's out.
It is out. Ball. Yeah. Gabriel, Rice couldn't keep it in. Gabriel headed it clear, and Rice couldn't keep it in. So again,
this is excellent. This pressing.
Well, like I say, it's really weird because Arsenal just don't look as though they've turned up at the minute. Ball thrown in. Miley getting that ball back from Bruno. Murphy playing the ball back again to Tonali, sitting on the deep six side of Newcastle. Little
dink forward.
Just left centre, but again, it's headed towards Botman, but now we've got Odegaard on the halfway line breaking. Down this right side, Havertz now picking this ball up. Kai Havertz, again, trying to get the ball into the box.
Well done, Asula running back there.
Yeah, Sula trying to get back to give some support, and it's cannoned off Tonali for the Arsenal corner. But it was a dodgy ball, that wasn't it? If I'm honest with you, from Tonali. Yeah. I mean, when you've got no cover,
speculative, but when there's no exactly, all of a sudden, but really well done by Asula there.
Yeah, that's the problem when you've got your defensive shape is out of sorts. The delivery has to be good. And you've got to give your tall centre-halves an option. And there was no way he was going to get that ball.
They're going with a box set up here, I think.
Madueke to take this in-swinger for Arsenal. They decided to go short instead. Again, Odegaard playing the ball, trying to get the ball to Eze, but it was
out.
Picked off by Willock. White, again, Madueke with the ball. Playing into the box. And again, it's cleared this time from Chow for a corner to Arsenal.
Too many of our defenders not marking anybody there. 5 defenders in a lane, not marking anybody between them.
Yeah, just sat on the edge of the 6-yard box, Newcastle. Again, it just looks scared of that ball, to be fair. Again, Madueke, is he going to go short again? It looks like he's going to go long this time. Again, we know how dangerous Arsenal have been. Again,
No,
Odegaard showed again. Short.
Trying again.
Again.
Exactly the
Again,
same move.
Eze with a shot. But again, it's dragged wide.
Well wide. Appealing for being appealed for another corner there. Couldn't believe.
Yeah, I must admit though, you know, with as you mentioned earlier, Arsenal being top of the tree when it comes to set piece goals, you can understand them being a little bit frustrated playing short. But again, you know, it's change, isn't it? Trying to do something different. Ball comes into White, who plays down the line. And can he get Madueke in here? He can. Madueke now, but it's a good slide from Chow. Again, another corner to Arsenal.
But Botman left for dead.
Yeah, I mean, Botman was just wrong-footed there because he came out to close Havertz.
Great tackle.
And it's Malik Chow who's covering that space. And again, it's about players and movement, isn't it?
Saka on the bench, not looking happy.
Yeah, well, to be fair, there's talk that he's probably coming back too soon anyway from his Achilles tendon problem. So he's probably grateful to be on the bench, if I'm honest with you. Ball again short, but it's into the box. Havertz. Eze. Oh, it's a goal. Oh. Absolutely stunning goal from Eze into the top right-hand corner. No way on earth.
They've done it 3 times.
Yeah. But
exactly
this time,
the same move 3 times, and this time there's nobody on him.
He's got so much space again on the edge of the box. It's unclear what happened there.
Well, there was a really clever ball right into the heart of the box, which he then played back this time to Eze instead of it.
You're watching. Odegaard comes out again, draws the players. This time they play the
completely unmarked.
Yeah, Havertz. Give it to Havertz, and then again it's clever. They've sucker punched Newcastle there. To be fair,
yeah, we'll go.
Oh, it's a great finish as well. To be fair,
it is. It's a good finish, but
because Eze can use both feet. That's the problem. You know, it's like I say, it's not something that you can see it was planned. The 2 go short. He draws Newcastle into that zone. Then all of a sudden, the third one, bang. Very clever. And like I say, the set piece coach there on the screen, getting all the plaudits from that one.
Nice.
Tonali. Again, 1-0 to Arsenal now at the Emirates. Malik Chow trying to get the ball through to Bruno. Eze picking the loose ball up, but again, lost it again to Asula. Ramsey picking this ball up, dropping it back to Botman, just inside the Newcastle half. Tonali, again, back with Malik Chow, out now to Murphy. In the sunshine now, with Murphy and Marley on that right-hand side. Very similar to Newcastle when the sun comes out. Ball comes out to Ramsey then. And the ball out now. Again, Malik Chow.
Get up the wing.
Picking this ball up again. He's allowed to travel a long way with the ball. Yeah. And he's just questioning Miley there and Murphy.
Give me, man.
Botman picking the ball up, giving it to Tonali. Again, back 5-yard passes to each other on the halfway line.
Out.
Ramsey on the turn.
Forward.
Bruno now picking this ball up 40 yards out. Again, driving towards the box. Again, looking for options, Bruno. Having to go back to Tonali, though. Chow, Tonali. Botman. Again, it's Newcastle pressing further and further. Inside to Ramsey. But again, it's back to Botman and now Malik Chow. Marley now picking the ball up. Murphy. Marley carries on his run. Murphy stops and brings it back to Malik Chow. Tonali. Again, it's Arsenal happy with the goal advantage, just having Newcastle in front of them playing that pendulum football win.
Yeah, sadly.
Willock now picking this ball up. Plays the ball inside to Guimaraes, who again has a ball taken away from him. Eze can and Medwake there, just trying to get each other's way a little bit. It looks like Bruno's taking a bit of a knock.
Still down.
Ball out with Murphy. Miley.
Still down. Kick it out.
Yeah. No, I think he's just tied his laces.
Oh. Right.
Ball comes on the halfway line to Botman. And it just disappears all the way back now to Popey. Again, trying to draw Arsenal out of their defensive formation.
Good ball.
Willock on the turn there. Played that inside right position. Murphy again trying to get Willock back in play. Willock continued his run.
Right.
And Gabriel standing in front of him.
Let's have
blocks
a long
the ball.
throw.
And it's a throw in now to Newcastle. Ooh, carry on, Win. Well, I'll just sort this one.
Yeah.
Oh, it's back with me. What time are you on, Win?
I'm on. It's just gone off for a second. I'm on 13:15.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm a second or two behind you, dude.
I'm exactly the same as the
Miley now. Guimaraes back to Tonali.
Raya, and it's a long. Oh, well done.
It's a ball up towards Raya there. Yeah, I'm going to refresh, Win.
Okay. Oh, waiting for the referee is telling him just get on with it. Goal kick. No interference.
Yeah, he stood in front of.
He literally kicks the ball against him, didn't he? It's his fault.
Yeah. You can't do that now.
If that had gone in the goal, it would have been a goal.
No, you can't do that no more, Win. That's what I said. They're protecting goalkeepers left, right, and centre. Ball is out of play to Arsenal. It's a throw in.
And the rescue dog is in play.
Gabriel playing the ball inside. I thought Ramsey was going to get that one. Odegaard now plays the ball out to Madueke. Back to Ben White on the halfway line. Again, Gabriel. Eze steps over the ball. Again, it's Kai Havertz who's trying to dummy that and get Odegaard in behind, but Newcastle see the danger. And again, it's a ball played between players, but it's come to Botman. Chow. Bruno picking this ball up. Plays the ball out to Dan Burn on this left-hand side. Burn inside to Asula. Now Ramsey. Again, he's done well there, Ramsey, to be fair.
Brilliantly.
Yeah, Ramsey's gone through two players there who was challenged. Plays the ball inside to Bruno. Bruno out now to Miley on that right-hand side. It's Murphy, actually, in the sunshine. Ball into the box. It's headed towards the back stick. Can Dan Burn get onto this one? It's Asula, actually, on this one. Again, gets the ball into the danger area where Dan Burn was waiting. But it's just, again, it's Rice plays the ball. Tonali into the mixer there. Plays the ball up to Willock. Now it's out to Miley. Back to Tonali inside. Back out now to Murphy, who's playing the ball into the box. And again, we talk about playing players who aren't tall. It's fallen to Tonali here into the box. But it's going to be handball against Newcastle. Do you not notice that, though, Win? When we've got no targets to aim for, the ball just gets into the box all the time. It's loaded into the box. And yet, when we've got targets to aim for, we never seem to want to do it.
Well, I just like to see the ball's going into the box. Something can happen instead of passing it back and pendulum.
Yeah. Absolutely. Again, there's a ball defended well there by Arsenal.
Yeah, but again, it's second balls going to red shirts.
Yeah, Odegaard and Zubamende there in the challenge. Again, Rice just playing in Gabriel and Saliba going forward. Again, Odegaard just sitting as the deepest player at the minute. Just trying to, again, draw Newcastle onto him. Ball, that's a lovely ball that he's through. Pope does watch that one and he's cleared the ball forward. But again, it's headed clear by, I think that was...
Only it was.
Yeah, by Rice. I think it's Miley now in the bright sunshine. It's glaring off that white shirt, to be fair. Ball now out to Murphy on that right-hand side. Miley goes past him, but Murphy decides to bring it back to Chow. Now it's with Miley. Bruno now picking the ball up. Again, he's got options. Botman just behind him. Botman first time back to Chow on the inside right. Now it's Willock who's picked the ball up.
Get it in.
Giving it to Miley. Fires into the box, but it's straight into Raya's hands. Buddy, can you do me a favour? Can you continue for a second?
Yeah.
Just want to go and get some painkillers while my jaw's starting to hurt.
Okay, mate. Raya goes long this time. Oh, we've got it back. Bruno on the ball in the centre circle. Lays it off back to Dan Burn, who goes up the wing to Ramsey. Go on, son. He's got Willock outside him. And Willock has a shot, and sadly it is saved by Rhea. Good shot from the left wing, the corner of the penalty area. Newcastle are doing okay. I know we're a goal down, but it's and it's annoying because yet again it's set piece Arsenal that we didn't learn from. 3 times they took a corner in the space of 5 minutes, and 3 times the ball ended up with Eze having a shot. And this time he got it on target, and it was true and good, and we're 1-0 down because of it. Do they never learn, you might say? Raya again plays it short. Arsenal got the ball in their own right back position, back into the box. And yeah, they come crossing the halfway line now. But there's a bit of a half press. No, Odegaard, lots of space, gets it out to Madueke to Eze. Come on, now we've got space. We've got the ball back. But, oh, man. Botman gives it wide again. Oh, here we go. This is where we've had a lot of joy so far today on the left.
Yeah, you nearly made me run back then for a second. When, just as I left the building, you jumped up for joy, and it was like, oh, here we go. Apologies for that one. Like I say,
but they've just won the ball, won a second ball again, and now they're 4-on-4. Oh, dear me.
Oh, Madueke inside. Penalty spot. Odegaard, and it's cleared by Newcastle. Only to the halfway line. Gabriel and Saliba there picking the ball up back to Ben White.
Again. Come on. Who's behind there?
Yeah. Madueke comes deep into the centre circle to pick that ball up. Plays it out to the left-hand side. And again, it's Rice. Again, lots of movement from Arsenal, which is, like I say, players that play on the right-hand side just nicely drift into space to overload Odegaard again. With just running forward, it's Ben White in the attacking zones there. But again, Ben White didn't read that pass from Odegaard, and it's straight out for a goal kick to Newcastle. It's not as bad as expected, mate, to be fair. But like I say,
it's on and off like the last time, you know, when we picked the team that nobody could decipher and remarkably did really well. And it's looking a bit like that. We're playing better football and better pressing today than we've done for weeks.
The problem is, you know, when we get into the final third, again, it's options, isn't it? We seem to be limited on what we can aim for. Actually, in the box, there doesn't seem to be much to aim at. Yeah. Again, you know, and that to me is, you know, you're going to win games by scoring goals. And like I said, as we've not defended their set piece again very well, we now need to go and find and muster up opportunities and chances. Again, Ramsey being pressed by Rice, gets the ball back to Botman, back out to Burn. Burn with the ball over the top to try and get an Asula, but not quite the right ball for Asula with Saliba now. Plays the ball out. Zubamende with the ball over the top again, looking for the break of Madueke. And again, I don't know whether they're losing this in the sun, but we seem to be way out of this when it comes to the ball in the air. Ball went over the top there, and it was like our central defenders was running away from it. Madueke watched the ball, was able to turn and still get the ball under control. Really weird. Got to start competing for that ball while it's in the air.
Second balls again, man.
Yeah, it's Madueke who's standing in the offside position. Botman picks his ball up, takes it away from Odegaard, and it's Pope clears it. It's Zubamenda now, pulls the ball back into the area. Odegaard again. It's a great challenge, to be fair, by Botman to get that ball. And Tonali picks the ball up, gives it out to Asula now. Asula again, literally forwarded by...
Whoa, referee.
I was going to say, that's going to be a free kick to Newcastle.
The old Ronaldo step overs doing the trick there.
It was.
Very good.
Yeah, he drew him in, Saliba there, and Asula just pushed the ball out. Hopefully we can, with Bruno, it looks like he's taking charge of this one, not Tonali. Is he going to try one of his specials again towards goal? Can do it from a corner. Can you do it from a free kick? Here we go. Bruno now just taking his time, standing over this ball. I'm going to say, if he puts this in towards the far post...
I think you can have a shot on the near post.
Well, like I say, it's there's an opportunity to do something different here. Ball does come in, but it's easy. Then Ramsey with the ball, aerial, tries a volley.
On the volley on an awkward drop.
Yeah. It was never going to be anywhere near that one. Awkward height to volley them. Ball again goes long from Raya. Again, it's not really picked up there by Havertz. The ball is out of play though for a Arsenal throw-in. Trying to take far too many steps there, Zubamendi. Ball comes back to Rice on the halfway line. Saliba. Again, just Odegaard dropping deep again from that forward roll. Likes to just sit in the hole, Odegaard. Again, back out with Rice from Saliba. Rice now again playing in his usual inside right position. And just far too easy for Gabriel and Saliba at the minute.
Just settled down now. The press has gone completely. Look at this.
Zubamendi out now to Odegaard on this right-hand side. Got a bit of space to run into Odegaard. Madueke now again faced up by Burn. Oh, there's a bit of an overstep here. I thought Zubamendi was going to get on the end of that. Unfortunately, it was cleared by Newcastle in the end. But again, I thought there was going to be another shot at goal there. Ben White plays the ball back to Saliba. Odegaard picking the ball up again, faced up by two players. Ben White again picking this ball up on the right-hand side. Odegaard inside. Eze now, ability to turn on the edge of the box, plays the ball into Madueke, but Pope reads the danger and gets down to that ball comfortably. They always look dangerous, but they don't ever look in first gear, do they? Out of first gear, Arsenal. It's always a slow build-up, but they're still able to get behind us, Win.
Yeah, all the time. Oh, dear me.
Zubamendi there does well. Havertz now picking the ball up, plays it out to Madueke. Again, losing the ball. Newcastle in danger areas. Madueke back side to Havertz, back to Madueke. Who is he going to fall to? Again, they're trying to get the perfect goal. No shot at goal, to be fair. And it's all the way back from Gabriel to Raya. Again, it's Hincapié picking that ball up. Back with Saliba. Again, just Gabriel on the turn. Zubamendi, Eze now, playing the ball into the space, but Botman saw the danger again from Kai Havertz and plays it to Malik Chow. But again, there's no out for Chow, so he comes back to Pope. Pope again just looking to get it out of his feet, and he goes to the halfway line, up towards Asula. but that's all the way through to Gabriel. Again, got time to get it under control. Plays the ball up to Zubamendi. Rice picking the ball up. Now Odegaard on the halfway line. Again, hogging this right-hand touch line. Ben White. Saliba. Rice. Eze gets fouled there in the centre circle. So it's a free kick now to Arsenal. 27.5 minutes gone. It's Arsenal 1, Newcastle 0. 2 straight Premier losses versus Bournemouth and Man City. Haven't lost 3 straight matches since 22, Arsenal. It's crazy stats.
We're in front on XG, big chances, shots, all except the one stat that matters. And again, they've let him through.
Yeah, Madueke seems to be getting the better of Dan Burn down that right-hand side, to be fair. Dan Burn left back today. Again, with a bit of pace and the right angle of pass, the ball is on all the time. Saliba, inside now to Rice, back to Saliba. Odegaard, again, just puts the ball into the edge of the box. He's trying to get that ball back from Eze, but it's Burn this time who gets that ball back. And again, Willock does well. He rides one tackle. He's over the halfway line. There's only Asula in front of him. Ramsey, again, ball into the box, but it's a corner.
It's a corner.
Of Saliba.
Oop, it's a corner.
Hey, let's do this.
Come on. Arsenal number 1 in the Prem for set-piece goals. Newcastle currently at number 3. This will help those stats.
Well, it'd be nice to be top of the league with something. That's not negative, mate.
Indeed.
It'd be nice just to see you, put them under a bit of pressure for a little bit, if I'm honest with you.
Settle for another Olympic go.
Yeah, that'll be Botman's on the goalkeeper. Ball comes in to that 6-yard box. Again, it's half scrambled. Ramsey gets the ball alive, and it's again towards the penalty spot. But this time it's only fallen to Tonali. He has a shot! Well done. And Ramsey, Raya, at the second attempt, picks that ball up. But it was a great shot through bodies from Tonali. Gets it down, gives himself half a yard. And there's a last-minute swerve on that ball. And Raya was all over the shop, wrong-footed.
Yeah, a deflection it took off race, didn't it?
I think that was just literally dip and swerve. It didn't look like there was anything on that apart from shape of the ball.
By the way,
yeah, it was. He wrong-footed him to a degree there.
Well done.
Good win from Botman there.
We've won a second ball.
Yeah, Willock plays the ball back to Chow. Botman now dropping back into his normal position, his right position, all the way back
every
now.
time backwards.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. I'm just going to refresh win.
Yeah, no bother. We've got the ball in the centre circle with Bruno. Gives it out to Miley, who passes it inside to Chow. Goes through again, forward. Now you've got space in front of you. He's got 20 yards in front of him, as Bruno.
Yeah, Bruno. Ball
Nicely.
Into Asula on the edge of the box. Willock! Willock.
Oh, hello. Sick notes.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah. Rice there. I don't know whether there's going to be a free kick here.
I don't think so. It just looked like
it was it wasn't light,
but
goal I mean,
again. They take it short again, inside, back to. That was the first. They're showing all 3 here.
They're showing all of them. Yeah, they're showing all 3 of them. How they suck Newcastle into.
There you go. Give it again.
A false sense of security.
That one he goes and then this is the third one. Exactly the same.
Watch his run here.
Look, why is there nobody on him here?
Look at the space he's got there.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying that, after they've seen him do it, they've done the same thing 3 times. What's our set-piece coach, our super set-piece coach doing on the bench if he can't see that? Joe Duffy here can see it.
That's exactly right, mate. It was criminal to think that they had 3 corners literally back to back. And we just didn't see it.
But nowhere near the first time. The second time, you know, he got the shot away and was wide, and then the third time he gets it right. And they've obviously practiced it, so he's going to get it right more times than he's going to get it wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
Crackers, man.
Everybody waiting. Kai Havertz has gone down on the halfway line.
That was in the same challenge. It was when Willock and him came together, I think. Although, no, that's on the centre circle. That.
Yeah, Gyökeres is warming up because they don't look as though he's doing. I think they're waiting for Gyökeres to get stripped. You know, they're being very clever here, Arsenal. Havertz is definitely struggling here. Yeah, I think he's coming off. Oh, wow, that's somebody on X has put down some stats for when Louis Hall's playing against Arsenal compared to when Louis Hall's not playing. With Louis Hall, played 3, won 3. Without him, played 3, lost 3. It's going to be lost 4, mate. Yeah, it makes no sense. There you go. Havertz is off. Gyökeres is on. I said that was the dark arts coming full circle there for Arsenal, allowing him time to get himself changed and on the field of play. 12 goals this season for Arsenal. Gyökeres, not a bad a bad signing, I suppose. Ball from Raya goes long towards the halfway line. Botman's clearing header. But again, it's Zubamende who picks this loose ball up. And Cappy has gone running forwards. Ball towards the penalty spot. It's cleared last minute, but it's only cleared to Royce, though. And now it's Gabriel who's, again, able to have a look, pick his man. He's looking to try and get the ball into the corner with Madueke. But there's too much meat on that grill. And it's out for a goal kick to Newcastle.
Spaghetti sauce.
Indeed.
Seven shots now to Arsenal's 3.
Yeah.
Not that it counts for anything. Passes 177 v 173. Just shade that Arsenal.
Again, ball from that goal kick from Pope all the way to over the halfway line. But again, it was a clear header, but it's fallen to Bruno.
Does he's 180?
Just looking for options, Bruno there. Yeah. Plays it into Malik Chow. Miley. Not really been involved in the game because there's not much gone on the left-hand side, if I'm honest with you. Ball from Pope. Again, it's a dodgy ball.
Hospital ball.
Yeah, dodgy ball, that, to be fair, to Bruno. But he does get fouled by Royce. Willock picks the ball up again and gives it back to Bruno.
God, we've missed Bruno.
Bruno's got options, but he decides to go long and he's looking for Miley. Again, he does it well, Miley. Gets it under, but it's Hincapi who draws the foul from Miley in the end.
Yeah.
Does well to get the ball, Miley, but doesn't do that well to get it under control and do anything with it. Again, just waiting for this to get back in play. Saliba, Raya, again, under half a press, gives long, again, up towards Gyökeres. Ball falls to Eze, who again on the turn, seems to avert Murphy. And again, he tries to find Gyökeres with a twist with a ball. I don't know what happened there to Murphy, but he's still... looks like he got a stamp or something, but he's back to his feet now, Murphy. Bruno out to Willock on the halfway line now, Willock.
Come on, you've got 2 there in front.
Again goes inside. Ramsey out now to Miley on that right-hand side. Miley now with the ball into the box. Headed clear. Can it fall into Boyan?
Oh.
Who volleys it to the kebab shop. Yeah.
Not his
They would have
best-
loved that one, mate, wouldn't they? A
not
Dan
his
Byrne
finest
special.
effort. Well,
You know what I mean?
there's by the way, there's Jason Tindall, who apparently has left the
Yeah.
game.
There you go. There's one. And 49 to 51 possession. Newcastle just edging possession.
Yeah.
And Newcastle.
The problem
I've
is
had the
when we
last
edge,
four
when,
shots.
when we have the most possession, we tend not to do very well.
Yeah. And that's what I said. I mean, it's not, there's not a lot happening in either penalty box, to be fair. No real clear-cut chances. But
I mean,
the only thing is,
that Burn effort's just gone down as a shot.
yeah, exactly. That's what I said. Newcastle have had the last 4 shots, if you class that as a shot. But they've not really done a lot. Again, Ramsey plays the ball inside. It's given away. And Gabriel picks the ball up. And again, he's got Henkape down on that
Where was
left-hand side.
Murphy running there?
Yeah. Rice. Zubimendi.
He ran to mark 3 black and white
Saliba.
shirts and left Eze unmarked on the wing.
White. Again, Madueke hogging this right-hand touchline. Comes inside. Again, just trying to give and go with Odegaard. And Gyökeres. Again, it's Saliba playing the ball to Zubimendi.
Get out!
And it's a bit of a half press from Willock, who again looks at the rest of the group behind him and says, come on, lads, we need to be pressing all together here. Odegaard. Zubimendi. Rice back to Odegaard on the first touch. Odegaard again, White now on this right-hand side. Madueke has gone inside the right position. Again, not really getting any further, Arsenal, but Newcastle aren't getting anything with the ball at the minute, if I'm honest with you. Odegaard back out there to Madueke, who's gone back to that right-hand side. Odegaard again looking for options. Goes square along the floor. Saliba, Gabriel.
Push up, man. Push
Now
up.
Henkape. Again, all of the Arsenal players camped in the Newcastle half. Saliba.
2.5 space there.
Ben White. Again, it's
Oh,
just
good.
drawing players out from Newcastle, Arsenal. Confidence to keep the ball and just go back towards Raya, just to try and get more space in and behind Newcastle. Saliba, Ben White. Down the line it goes, but again, it's a poor
Right,
ball.
away.
Dan Byrne picks this one up. Again, plays the ball inside, but there's a tackle there
away.
from Saliba. And that's going to be a free kick to Newcastle on Bruno. He's got to be catching up with Anthony Gordon there regarding fouls against. Let's have a... Yeah. Can you believe it? All the players we got rid of last year scored this weekend. Callum Wilson scored against West Ham, Isak for Liverpool, Longstaff for Leeds, and Anderson for Forest, and obviously Wood as well. Yeah. So, interesting one. Boy, we could do with at least one of them at the minute to score a goal for us, because we don't look like scoring. See what we can do with this one. Bruno looking to get this one involved. Plays it to Tonali again with a shot. It's straight at the wall. And it's come all the way back to the halfway line. And Bruno does well to do the turn. Tonali down the line now with Willock. Again, Willock trying to get Tonali back involved.
All right.
Yeah, but it's Saliba who gets that one into touch. A throw in. Willock is taken quickly. Bruno goes square to Chow on the halfway line now. Malik Chow. Marley just in front of him, but decides to give it to Ramsey. Ramsey now back to Chow, back to Botman, who again, facing his own goal, gives it all the way back to Pope.
He just passed it first time then, square to Bird.
And a ball
facing the right way going forward. Instead, he passes it back. Forces.
Yeah, but I mean, you see,
to kick it.
I don't mind that, but when you're just kicking it to the other goalkeeper like we've just done, what is the point? You might as well have done it yourself. You know what I mean? Just
Exactly.
clear your lines. It just drives you mad. I don't mind going backwards as long as there's some development from it.
There we go.
I mean, that is a crazy stat. Newcastle, apart from possession, seem to be dominating everything else, apart from touches in the opposition box, believe it or not, where we are half of what Arsenal are. Malik Chow, Miley, Bruno, first time out to Ramsey. Again, can't get it under control, Ramsey.
But again, they're just...
Eze down the left-hand side now. Miley's got
Miley.
something to do down that left-hand side for a change. Does well, though, at right back. Plays the ball inside, and now it's with Bruno. Bruno this time gets it out of his feet and plays it to the left-hand side with Dan Burn, who goes back to Botman. Odegaard on the press there. And again, Botman didn't like it.
Oh, man!
Ben White on the press from
Get
Botman.
rid of it, man!
Yeah, and it's a throw-in now to Arsenal because Newcastle, again, not really comfortable on the half press. Ben White throws it into Madueke, again, gets it back. And it's going to be a Newcastle throw-in there with Bruno kicking it against Ben White. So it's relaxed the reins a little bit. And there you go. Apologies.
2 minutes to half time.
We are, like I say, there's just having a quick look at where we are in the
throw.
Ball goes down the line, but again, it's only kicked back out a bit further forward. Dan Burn this time throws the ball long for Asula to run onto, but I think this one could be picked up by Gabriel. And Asula with his endeavour to get the ball back. Yeah, Gabriel goes down like a little soft balloon. Asula just bumps into the back of him and he goes down. Still 1-0 to Arsenal. Again, you know, like I say, it's all bitty at this present moment in time. Newcastle, like I say, on paper, look as though they're in the game. But when you're actually looking at it, we've not really created enough for me in the penalty box. All the shots have really been from outside the box, which I'm not complaining about. It's something Newcastle don't do enough of in my eyes.
Dan's just letting that go for a goal kick.
Seems to be a little bit too little too late, though, Win.
Yeah. That's... As I say, you know, there's spells when we've looked very good. But just in the middle of the pitch, generally, all those 50-50 balls are still going to red and white shirts.
Yeah. But again, it's for me, it's that competition when the ball is aerial. Newcastle just seem to be watching it rather than competing for it. Well done, Dan Burn there. He does head it forward, but from the kick from Pope. But again, it's cleared towards Botman. And now Malik Chow plays it back to Dan Burn. Burn drops it back to Tonali. And again, Tonali coming forward. Again, it's Willock on the turn. Plays it back to Dan Burn, who stays on the halfway line. Back to Botman. Botman goes square to Chow.
Go on, straight up now. Why wait?
Yeah, you see, the trouble is by doing what he's doing, all you do there is Gyökeres just closes the passing lane quite comfortably.
Again, give him it now.
Ball back with Chow. Botman. Again, Botman struggling here under a bit of pressure from Rice, but he's done okay there, to be fair. Gives it to Bruno.
That's what you want.
Bruno now out to Murphy. Murphy now has got a chance to try and get something in the box. Cappy again stops that one, but it
turn, get it in the middle.
Back to Bruno. Oh, Bruno there trying to get a ball through to Tonali, but very poor ball, to be fair, from Bruno. Ball out with Rice now on that right-hand side, on the left-hand side, I should say. But again, it's come off Murphy, and that's going to be an Arsenal throw-in. on the halfway line.
Minute to go.
1 minute to go. Again. Newcastle, I mean, they're losing 1-0. Like I say, they've not really done anything from that goal, if I'm honest with you.
Set piece FC.
Yeah, and again, you look at it, but there's not been much drive from Newcastle either, mate. And that's why I said, if you look at the chances that Newcastle have created, and again, the one good save from Raya came from Tonali's distance strike. But in and around the box win, we've looked a bit lacklustre, haven't we?
I thought, well, Bruno was unlucky, in the first 5 minutes when he...
Yeah, well, Asula wasn't he?
Was sort of
with the
3
air
inches
shot.
over the ball. Asula, well, again, I'm not counting that because it shouldn't have been an air shot, you know what I mean?
No, that's what I said. But I mean, again, he got into the right position. He just last thing all the way from Tonali through to Raya, and that's it. Half time. And there you go. First off, it's Arsenal 1, Newcastle 0. What's your thoughts then, my friend?
Well, aside from the diabolical defending on that third corner, we've held our own. We've actually, on the face of it, we've had the better opportunities. They've played that tippy-tappy football, but they've got a bit of bite about them. They're still. Why can we not? Why have we got no bite in midfield? I think that's the one thing when we need a Gary Speed or a Kevin Nolan in there who's going to put that foot in, and Rob Lee, who just somebody with a bit of bite. A J7.
Yeah, that's the 75th goal that Newcastle have conceded this season in all competitions.
Wow.
Yeah,
I mean, we've played a lot of games, to be fair.
Yeah, we have. But it's a hell of a lot of goals, mate, to concede.
It is.
Shall we have a look at what's been discussed in the chat during that first half? It'll be interesting to see if you've got some there.
Feel as in Alex Murphy should be playing. We've got nothing to play for this season. How have we not thrown in one or two youngsters? Well, I think that's because we have got something to play for this season, whether you like it or not. The table says so.
Relegation is one, if I'm honest with you.
How hates playing anyone under 25 unless he has to. V for Vendetta. I want the club to do well. Toxic support is blindly supporting the club as it drives off a cliff. We call it out to prevent it getting worse. You think it's good, 2 Derby defeats. That's the stain that's very difficult to remove. Terry's saying, give it a rest with all your moaning. If you don't like what you're saying, then never say that. Everybody is entitled to their opinion.
Yeah.
Whether you agree with them or not. We're only 8 points from relegation. We're only 8 points off Champions League as well, by the way.
It's like the justice scales, mate, isn't it?
It is.
One way or the other, you're going to balance it out at the end of the season.
Terry, this is abysmal. £250 million for 8 points off relegation. Why did Eddie not see it and shout it at them? Well, why did the set piece coach not have someone to say about it? Change this team up now. Get the strikers we have on the pitch. I wouldn't be averse to that. I would love to see Asula on the right. Asula on the right instead of Murphy. And Walter Morta always sat up top. Let's give it a go. And then I would also probably go with Hall in and Barnes in.
I mean, listen,
you're not going to make all of those in one fell swoop, but let's get some of them. Let's not wait until 62, 72 minutes,
That's the problem, isn't it? If you take working, there's a question coming from Connor. A lot of local journals, Hope Rider, saying this is a lot better and we are a real threat. Is this correct?
Well, it's certainly the best we've played for weeks. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But to me, that it simply coincides with Bruno coming back, because he's still the only one who's picking the ball up in that final third and looking for a ball over the top to wherever, or having a shot himself, whatever. So I don't think it's any coincidence that we're playing a lot better since Bruno came back.
I mean, if I look at this team, and again, you've got to look at the elements which is there, right? We've changed.
They're showing these three corners again, and the highlighting Eze every time, and the other guy that's running into the box on all three, exactly the same happened. Now this time it's Havertz who gets the ball when he runs into that half space there, passes it back, and it's a great finish. But it was a carbon copy 3 times identical, and nobody is picking him up.
No, that's what I said.
Space, man.
Yeah, that's the criminal side. Is they all watch the ball rather than the players. And Newcastle have been so guilty of that this season, if I'm honest with you. It's definitely looks now. There was I can't remember who said it once to me. It was a really respectable ex-professional coach, and he said to me, he says, sometimes people say it's the ball that actually gets the goals, and I said, but and there was lots of conversations to and from when we were doing our badges, and he says the problem is unless you pick up the man that's kicking the ball, it will never be a goal. And what he was trying to envisage, because we were teaching under 18s at the time, we were doing some work with the under 18s, and he was trying to show them that unless you mark the player, the ball is just an object on the field of play. So it's the player that develops the goal. It's the player that scores the goal. The ball is just the object that goes, in between the sticks. And I think a lot of what we see with Newcastle, and the biggest problem I've seen so far this season, we are so bad at actually watching the ball rather than watching the player that's running away to receive the ball. Have you not noticed that?
Well, there was an incident there in the first half when Murphy was fair dose to him. He's running back to cover, but instead of going with Madueke, who's overlapped on the left hand side, he runs towards 3 black and white shirts, and that leaves not Eze, Madueke completely in acres of space on the left wing where he should have been. And that's what I can't understand.
Yeah. But I must admit, it's a hell of a finish. Right foot curled away from Pope. It was a great finish, to be fair. Let's have a quick look then at the Chronicle. They've got the first half ratings, because obviously some of our team and our members are saying there's some players that aren't playing too badly. So they've gone with Nick Pope, got a 7 for his first half performance. Hasn't done anything wrong on his return, they say. Well, he's conceded a goal, mate. Lewis Miley's a 6. Not a lot has come off him today. Malik Chow is 7, probably Newcastle's best defender, but switched off for that flurry for short corners. Yeah, but the defence did switch off for that corner. Steven Botman 6, Dan Burns 7, Bruno 7, Tonali 7, Joe Willock 6, Jacob Ramsey a 5, Jacob Murphy a 5, and Asula a 5. So again,
if I was picking a man of the match for the first half, it would be Bruno and Ramsey for me. I think Ramsey's had a great game.
I think it's been a very indifferent. If I'm honest with you, I don't think it's been great. I think he started okay.
He's dug the ball in these 50-50 situations that I'm on about. On 2 or 3 occasions, he's dug when he had no right to, really. He's done a bit of a Lewis Hall. Came away with the ball from 3 of their players.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I said. It's individually, he's not done bad. But what I'm saying is when he gets himself involved, right, in the game, he's doing good. The problem is for me, the same as Willock, there's not enough movement forwards in the offensive third for me to say That's where you need to be working in and creating something. I struggle now to look at, for me, the midfield doesn't seem as though it's going to be hard tested by these guys. They like to keep the ball. I think we are missing a bit of a battler, if I'm honest with you. I think we need somebody out there that's going to give these a kick in now and again. So J7, who's obviously on his last game for suspension, will be back next week. But I look at this team offensively, and I struggle to see where a goal's coming from, mate. And that is, like I said, we're getting the balls into the right areas at times and nice and early, but we haven't really got a target person to aim them balls at. Asula looks good when he's got space to run into. Now, if you move Asula out to the right-hand side, we're going to lose that crossing ability from Jacob Murphy. But I mean, again, what has Jacob Murphy done this first half? Not a lot. Who's on the left side? How many times have we seen, like I said, you've got both Willock coming inside and Ramsey coming inside. There's been nothing down that left-hand side at all to get your teeth into. So we are literally looking at the right-hand side. By doing that, you'd expect more bodies, because those that aren't actually situated on the left-hand side, which is usually where we're too wide at times, you should be expecting more shirts in the box to aim at. And I'm not seeing that either. So, again, to me, we look a little bit disorganised and disjointed on width. So we definitely need something on the left-hand side for me. So, if you were going to bring Harvey Barnes on for the second half, who comes off for you?
Well, you say you're going on disjointed on the left. I think we're creating absolutely nothing on the right.
No, we aren't.
So
but if you're not creating anything on the right and not creating anything on the left, everything's coming through the centre.
Which I don't object to, actually. I don't think we go through the centre enough. And I've said that on a number of occasions, that everything just pendulum and then up the wings and across to nobody. So I'm quite a fan of going direct through the middle, because things happen. You get a ricochet and a shot and a bit of chaos. But I would have I agree with you about the only chronicle mark that I agree with. I think Murphy's been the poorest again. And so I would love to see Asula, if I was making the change at half time, be Asula on the right and get a striker on in the middle and Murphy off. So you're just making effectively you're making one change. You're swapping Asula for Murphy, and you're putting a striker on.
Would you go narrow then? Because that would be more like a 4-4-2.
Well, the beauty with Asula on the right, I think, is that he would be more. He would have a bigger tendency to come inside instead of hugging the right wing. He'd be coming inside to support, let's say, a Voltemada, occupying a central defender, and then that makes the going through the middle a lot more positive, a lot more effective, and then you'd still have the option of sticking it on the wing. I look at this team and I look at this team and I find it offensive too.
Thank you so much, Monkey Sputum. Golfing Geordie here saying goals scored for the last 20 games is 9, so is Plan A working? And he has had 20 games to get it right. So I think that's what I'm saying. For me, when you look at where we are, we're either too wide or we're too central. And we never mix it up enough for me when it comes to, like you've just seen Arsenal do, one little change up and it's thrown us massively. We seem to become very one directional, whether it's either too much on the left-hand side, too much on the right-hand side, or too much through the middle. We never seem to have a balance where you can do either or. And every time we've done that, like I said, left-hand side has been anonymous today. Inside left has done, that's where Asula got his half chance with his air shot. But I mean, because we're now concentrating everything on the right-hand side, it's so easy to defend against. Every ball that's gone diagonal, both Murphy and Miley, to be fair, haven't had the best of results when it comes to getting the ball under control and doing anything with it.
No. What they've both been doing is just playing it back, and then it goes across again and comes back again. Till then, eventually we'll have a go through the middle. It's like I say, it's better than I was expecting when I saw the lineup. I've got to say that it's a lot better than I was expecting.
Oliver 9000 here, or 90,000, I should say. He's saying if we score 2 goals, we'll be all right.
Yes, spot on there, exactly. Yes,
I like it.
I'll drink to that.
Yeah, indeed. I've got mine, but I haven't opened it yet. Look, here it is. It's still got a cap on, because I didn't know how I was going to be.
Oh, well, I'm being proactive, not reactive.
Yeah, but to be fair, I'm taking tabs, so I just want to be. I don't want to not have the effect of them, if I'm honest with you. Working my jaw as I always do. What else have we got in the chat? Anything of any worth?
4 games left, 12 possible points.
I'm just going to have a quick toilet break, dude.
Yeah. We'll go through these. Hopefully, we'll sub Big Nick as soon as possible. Well, it looks as though there aren't any changes at the minute. Arsenal are in the huddle. It's Newcastle kick-off. Are we going to head for the corner? I don't know. Paul Wright saying that corner routine, we had so many warnings. There again, you say, it kind of disproves the old theory, the constantly parroted maxim that to do the same thing again and again and expect different results is the definition of madness. Well, that's exactly what Arsenal did. They did the same thing again, and then again, and they got a different result. So where we're going to do, we've got Willock taking the kickoff, kicks it back to Malik Chow, who goes long, and it's straight out. But it doesn't even get anywhere near the goal, the corner flag. Near enough the halfway line. I don't know whether that was a foul throw or what.
Are you 45-26, Win?
I am, 20 years.
Yeah, 30 now. That's good. Throw into Arsenal then. Again, Rice goes.
That was the throw in from our centre. From our kickoff.
From our kickoff, exactly. Bruno picks that ball up and again goes back to Botman. Botman goes square to Chow.
No, bring it forward, man. Bring it down.
And if you have a look at the
time, look at the time. You know, he was 10 yards from anybody, and he waits until he's under pressure, and then he's forced to pass it back to Pope, who goes long, red shirt.
Sula gets a tap on the ankles from Zubamende, and it's a free kick. We often talk about us not playing with this 10, and it looks very much as though when you watch the setup of this team as we speak, yes, Tonali is the one who sits in, but it's more Tonali and Bruno that are sitting as the sixes during the game, allowing Willock or Ramsey, whichever one comes inside, to play higher up the field. Ball again goes up to Asula, who does well. Willock now picking the ball up from Ramsey. On the turn, you got Dan Burn on the left-hand side, but he turns back inside Asula. Ramsey picking the ball up, coming further inside. Now Malik Chow. Chow back inside to Bruno. Bruno now out to Miley. Miley gets out of his feet up to Murphy. Murphy now back into Bruno. There's a bit more movement in front of him. And we got Willock back to Bruno. Again, it's going to come back to Murphy on the right-hand side. It's behind Murphy. Murphy tries to get the ball into the box, but it's Hincapi who gets the ball deflected off him, then back off Murphy, and it's a goal kick to Arsenal. Again, it's all nice in front of the goal, but when it comes to that final delivery, isn't it, mate?
Penetration and non-existent.
Yeah, it's weird the way we get this ball in the final third, and it just seems to just disappear. The ideas of what we're going to do with it just disappear. Oh, hold on. What we're doing here, there's a referee's told them to hold play. Sam Barrett's the man in the middle today. It's a communication issue, that's all. He'd lost his earpiece. So here we go. Gabriel, again, just looking to go short. He does. Gives it to Raya, gets it out of his feet, and Raya goes long. Again, looking for Gyökeres, who actually, in fact, he hasn't really been involved in the time since he's been on, but he may be involved now. Malik Chow, then it comes off Botman. It does fall to Gyökeres, though, because, like I say, Newcastle completely make a hiccup of that one. Malik Chow tried to get it back to Pope, and then Botman got in the way.
You would say hiccup, I would have a different word altogether.
Saliba, Odegaard, Ben White. Now it's Madueke down on that right-hand side. Again, run up against
stick with him, man.
Dan Burn. Madueke comes inside and again drops it back. And it's just the Gunners allowing Newcastle just to come out a little bit. But there's a ball into the box now to the back stick, and it's easy at the back stick. Eze did get up in the air, but again, I think it was Madueke actually, not Eze. But he was wide open in Cafe on that left-hand side.
Well done.
I don't know what happened there to our left back, or sorry, our right back, Miley. It looked completely wide open to a degree there in Cafe.
Excellent. Then.
Ball out to Miley this time from Tonali. Miley just taking his time, gives it back to Tonali, who'd gone on the overlap. Murphy, again, having to go back, gives it to Malik Chow. Again, Arsenal happy for Newcastle to have the ball on the halfway zone because it's not really doing anything in behind. Again, it's just lack of movement. And when the movement comes, they go the other way. Tonali, I just saw there, breaking lines, and the ball went the opposite way. Tonali did pick that ball up from Botman and gives him straight back. Tonali now moving in between Botman and Chow, gives it to Chow. And it allows Chow to move further forward with some cover there. Miley again goes back to the halfway line. Botman goes left
made
now.
A great run there and just not picked out at all.
And again, it's Ramsey comes inside. Again, he's trying to find Bruno. And Bruno now again forced to go backwards. Miley, Bruno, Malik Chow again. We've literally where we've come from. Now Murphy down the line because Marley had continued his run on the diagonal. Inside to Bruno, back to Marley. It's good football this from Newcastle. Ball into the back stick.
Hit it!
Ramsey!
Just hit it, man!
Tonali now heads it back. And again, it's Dan Burn. I think he was offside, to be fair. He was. And it's going to be easy out for Arsenal. Worked it beautifully then.
Yeah, but it was lovely football and it falls to Ramsey. 4 yards out, just have a shot instead of trying to chip it over for a head up of somebody else. Have a dig.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have another substitution there because Eze gone down. It looks like he's done his ankle. If I'm honest with you. Again, it's looks like we're going to have another change. Tuchel is in the audience today, watching both sides. Obviously, got a few English players in there.
None that are in contention, I don't think.
I think Eze.
Well, Nick Pope, maybe.
Martinez. Malik Chow's 50th game this season, believe it or not.
Yeah. Well, we've played a lot of games this season.
You can't believe it, can you? 50th game.
In his first season.
It was
showing the goal again.
just showing the goal again. It still looks as bad.
Or
After seeing it the 12th time, it still looks really bad, to be fair. Oh, dear.
Come on, we can do this.
As he's walking off at least. So, again, maybe he's just got a bit of a tightness on the Achilles tendon there. Martinez has come. He's going to play on that left-hand side, I would imagine, Martinez.
Martinelli.
Sorry, Martinelli, not Martinez. Ball again, back in play. Again, Dan Burn gets up well there. And he's fouled in the process, so it's a free kick to Newcastle.
Well, we've got a little break here. Smash the likes, folks.
Yes, indeed.
Let's get rid of 100 likes anyway.
Ball still Tonali.
Costs the same, looks twice as nice.
Out to Miley on the halfway line. He runs inside to the centre circle. Back to Tonali though. And again, it's Botman out to Dan Burn. Back to Botman. Again, Botman looking for options. Miley gives him the option. He's come deep. Miley. He's moved from that right hand side.
Suddenly gone right mid. I don't know who's playing right back. Good tackle.
There's White who gets tackled by Bruno. So it's Arsenal with a free kick in a dangerous position, this one.
Yeah. Set piece FC.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Let's see what happens with this one.
24-36, right.
I must admit, like I say, you could see every time the crowd come into view, they're still on the edge of the seats, a lot of the Arsenal fans. 22 set-piece goals this year, Arsenal. Crazy the amount of goals that they do. I mean, at least their set-piece coach is doing something, mate.
Yeah. Well, ours is offensively. We are third.
Good ball there from Rice, to be fair. But it was offside anyway. It was Nkapi that was offside. It was the last man. Yeah, he was. Two of them offside, actually. Him and Gyökeres. Oh, I'm not sure, actually. Nkapi. So it's Popey now. Again, going to go long. Got Brighton next. Oh, it's going to be a game and a half. Ball comes back to Pup.
Get up, man, Miley.
Yeah, come on, Miley, move.
Miley, man, move.
Again, it's Murphy and Asula that had gone narrow in the middle.
Buns to the elephants.
But it's far too easy, if I'm honest with you, for Arsenal. And again, not do a great deal with it, to be fair. Kick it straight out of play. Ben White for a throw-in to Newcastle. Trying to get Madueke. It's got a bit... It seems as if it's got off the ball a little bit.
We're on the 56 minutes already again, and no change.
Nothing, yeah. Nothing's happened in these first 11 minutes. And like I say, it's like, what are you waiting for then? Nothing's happened. Has there been a shot on goal in the... I don't think there has there?
Not the second half, I don't think.
Oh, ball goes up in the air again. It's Dan Burn who pulls on the shoulder. It's going to be a yellow card. Yeah, it's going to be a yellow card. He knew exactly what he was doing. It was a crap header in the air. And Botman then gets pulled out of position. It's falling to Gyökeres. And there's a slight tug on the shoulder. I mean, Gyökeres does go down like a sack of
I'd rather
spuds,
see it there than inside the box.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Took one for the team there. But again, diabolical defending between the two of them as there was at the back end of the first half.
Yeah, it was again a
Tennyson,
calamity.
they got it completely wrong.
Yeah. And that's the worrying thing, mate, is when you, like you say, you're not scoring goals, your defence comes under so much more pressure because there's no gimme. You know, that's the problem.
Set piece FC.
Yeah, it looks as though there's something here with Gabriel is dictating what the forward line should be like. Madueke picks the ball up from, fires the ball into the crowd, but it's deflected. And Murphy's never going to lose that one. And again, the ball quickly out. And it's Rice who's got loads of grass to run into here.
Yeah, and we're square.
Yeah, ball goes out. But again, Dan Byrne gets his head to that. But again, it's straight out to Ben White. Picks the ball up. Madueke now. Again, looking to put the ball into the box. But Pope has come for that one. Claims it comfortably.
Yeah, do it, man.
Yeah, give him something.
Yeah, no,
to
he
work
had the
with.
option then, and he changed it.
Just throw it out. Yeah. He drops it, and again he goes long, and it's up towards Asula. Asula does get his head to that one, to be fair, but nobody gambled on him winning one. And again, Ramsey gets the look. You can just see it, can't you? You know, as the game goes on, the heads just start to drop, and the body language. You look at them now. Where's the press? There's no press at all. Raya, do you go? Do you stay? He goes long. Again, Gyökeres pushing his body. Oh, that's a bad ball again from Malik Chow. And it's Botman who's taken the brunt of that one. Murphy now picking the ball up on the halfway line, gives it to Tonali. Tonali again runs inside, but it looks like he's going to have to kick the ball out here because Botman's still down. Botman's just holding his head here. I don't know whether he's had a head collision with somebody.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
It was the back of the heel of Nkapie coming down.
Back heeler on his nut.
Yeah, I mean, it was non-intentional, to be fair.
Oh, it wasn't intentional. But it was a nasty back heel.
Oh, it was, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, Botman's now off the field of play, so it'll be interesting to see who just sits in there. Looks like Tonali's not asking Dan Byrne to pick up. Oh, hold on. He kicked that out for a throw-in, so the referee's giving him the ball back. Yeah, that's fair enough. Ball up to Murphy, who's again Nkapie right on the back end of Murphy.
Well done, Murphy.
Yeah, he's on the turn. But again, it's waiting for Botman to return to the field of play. He's got to wait his 30 seconds. Really
that's
weird.
Not in yet, is it? That's next season, isn't it?
What's that? 30 seconds?
30 seconds?
No. That one's always been here for a couple of seasons now. Again, ball on the diagonal, looking for Byrne, who heads it out of the penalty area. And again, it's Miley who heads it back towards Bruno. And again, Tonali with the flick over the top, but it's straight into Raya's hands. And Bruno has stayed down this time.
I think that was a foul.
Hadn't we? And again, it's Odegaard now running forward for Arsenal, who aren't obliged to stop the game, to be fair. And now Dan Byrne runs it out for a corner. Oh, wow. What on earth? Why did you not just kick it out for a throw-in?
He's back up.
Yeah. Dan Byrne's having a word with Odegaard.
And he's already been booked and all, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. And to be fair, Arsenal do not need to stop the play. It's not a head injury. Newcastle should have learnt from the West Ham game.
The only thing I would say about that is, had they scored, I think they would have taken it back to that, and Bruno would have got a foul. Although I don't know, with it being Arsenal,
I'm
maybe
gonna
not
say,
VAR.
yeah, exactly. What was it? Charge down from Bruno, who comes chasing the ball out to be. Oh, it's Murphy, actually. Ball comes back to Ryan, who again goes long to the edge of the 18-yard box. It's straight through to Pope. Nobody really.
Come on, the Toon.
63rd minute. It's still 1-0 to Arsenal.
Yeah, it's substitute.
Just having a quick look at this one. Oh, it's up to the face of Murphy. I don't know why they are looking at that one. Harvey Barnes is getting stripped. Yeah.
And Johan
Wisser. Looks like, again, be interested to see what happens.
Look at that, 62 minutes. You couldn't write the script. Well,
No.
actually, you could.
The Eddie Howe autobiography, I think we could all write, if I'm honest with you. Ball out to Malik Chow, down the line to Miley. Miley back to Chow, down the line towards Murphy. But again, Murphy couldn't have.
Oh,
it's a handball. Handball. I mean, what is going on with Murphy on this right-hand side? Seriously. I mean, how bad has Alanga got to be if Murphy's got the slot? Oh, here we go again with the board out. Now, Wisser, he's getting instructions as well. So let's see if any of these instructions throw a bit of daylight onto something different that Newcastle are going to be approaching. Rice hugging this left-hand side as he does normally. Now Gabriel throws back to the to Raya in goal. Again, just get out of his feet. Saliba, and again, Dyson pulling Arsenal forward. Botman up to the Gyökeres. Burn, and comes inside. Does well there, Dan Burn, to be fair. Then plays it out. He carries on his run down the right-hand side.
Run down the right wing.
What are you doing, Dan Burn? We've got no left-hand side at all. Ball comes to Ramsey. It was dropped back in a little bit. Botman down the line now looking for a Sula, but again, it's more by hope. Declan Rice is in the box. Oh, well done, Malik Chair again. Just stands up. Gets
Go, Miley, go.
Gets the ball. Miley now with the ball down to Asula. Asula gets this one on the right-hand side. He's got nobody to work with him. And again, he's just looking for options, Asula. Tonali with a shot. That was a hell of a shot, that one. But it hits Gabriel. That was coming at some pace, that one.
That's what I want to see him doing a lot more often.
Oh, that's what I said. It seems as if it's too little too late.
Yeah, we'll go.
Southampton are in the FA Cup final. What? Wow.
On B.
That's what...
they only kicked off at 5:15.
Gavos is saying Southampton in the FA Cup final. Asula for Wisser. And Barnes for Murphy. So Barnes...
Southampton have gone one up against Man City.
Oh, they've gone one up. Okay.
82nd minute.
Ooh. 10 minutes to go. Long throw from Dan Burn into the edge of the 6-yard box, but it's cleared to the halfway line. Tonali and Gyökeres after this one. Tonali does well, to be fair, but again, Gyökeres wins it back. Martinelli. And again, it's just slowing everything down, Arsenal. Zubimende. Odegaard now on the turn, on the halfway line. Again, forced by...
Well done.
Ramsey and...
Yeah, well done,
doing
Ramsey.
well again there.
But again,
Madueke gets down that right-hand side and it's offside. He stood there on that offside. That's frustrating.
Yeah, I think
for
he's
any
born
team.
offside, him, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Interested to see what happens down this right-hand side now. We've got Harvey Barnes down here. But again, Gyökeres doing really well off his own clearance there, chasing that ball down with Tonali. Probably frustrated, to be fair, because he's not really been involved much since he's come on. Chow. Bruno. Again, not really able to do a lot, but he does play the ball into Harvey Barnes for his first touch. Got Miley inside of him, but again, stood still.
Right-hand side.
Yeah, Miley
There we
from
go,
Barnes.
get it over.
Miley into the box, but again, there's nobody there.
No,
It's
but
easy
that
for
was
Martinelli to clear.
And they don't mind
again,
hoofing it.
Rice gets it clear, but it's only
Straight
come
back to
to
us.
Chow. Barnes. Back to Malik Chow on the halfway line. Botman now.
Go.
On the turn, Ramsey. Bruno. Over the top to try and get something for Wissa. Can this fall for Harvey Barnes? Oh, again, it's deflected from the clearance. Come on, lads, pick up that second ball. Bruno gets involved, and it's a free kick to Newcastle.
Come on.
Tonali wants to take quickly. We are inside the last quarter of the game, so we are into that 70th minute zone where we know Eddie likes to make a few changes. So looks like Ramsey's coming towards the touchline there. I don't know what's going on, whether he's coming for some instructions or a drink. Or he's
City equalise.
there you go. Bruno into the box, but it's
What on earth, man?
too easy for Raya, who throws the ball straight out. And it's Martinelli now with this run, with Tonali doing well to track back, to be fair. He does well to get the ball back to Ben White. Martinelli under the press. Now Odegaard on the edge of the box, plays it back out to Martinelli, who's on that right-hand side. Back inside to Zubimendi. Martinelli. Saliba. Rice. Gabriel. I mean, they're all now hunting for this second goal. Now Arsenal. Zubimendi. Odegaard. Back out to Madueke, who's now moved back out to his normal natural position on the right-hand side. Odegaard into the box. Gyökeres, played it down there. I thought Martinelli was going to get on the end of that one.
Had a dig there.
Yeah. Ball back out to Rice.
No.
Zubimendi tries to flick it round the corner, but it's deflected back to Rice.
Again.
And now it's in Capia. Again, gets the ball back, and it's Martinelli. Again, Newcastle just trying to close all these gaps down for Arsenal to try and play in. But again, they're not able to get the ball back, which is a problem. Martinelli loses the ball this time now. Can we go forward? Martinelli's going to get into the book here because it was a foul on... I think it was a foul on Willock, wasn't it? Yeah,
Willock,
it was.
Yeah.
I thought Wissa was going to run away with the ball, but it falls to Willock, who's just got the other side of Martinelli. And he can only bring him down. Takes one for the team there on the halfway line, Martinelli. Arteta still doesn't look happy, mate, does he? Willock takes the ball.
Why
and goes
not just
backwards.
get that ball forward, man?
Again, we've lost it here, but
Shocking.
it's bad, if I'm honest with you, from Arsenal. It gives the ball back to Miley. Bruno now plays the ball into Ramsey. Ramsey gives it back to Bruno, who slipped. So it's Odegaard who picks this ball up. And there's an opportunity to bring Gyökeres in here. Oh, it's a poor decision there from Zubimendi.
Forward and
someone at the game is singing for Voltemada, according to reports. I must admit, I would certainly think of maybe dropping either Ramsey out of the game or Willock now and just throwing another forward on and just get him to play in the high zone and get, like I say, play this 4-2-3-1 if you like. but we've got nothing on the left-hand side. Like I say, Ramsey's done okay, but there's no delivery coming from that left-hand side at all because he's coming narrow to try and stop Arsenal from playing. But if I'm honest with you, it's also stopping us.
Oh, man.
Willock
again, and nothing ball.
Nothing ball, yeah, exactly. That's what I said. You're not losing anything by taking Willock out this game, by bringing Voltemada on.
Another good header by Dan.
Touch from Zupermende, brings
Madweka in. Watch the ball.
Botman goes out in, he plays it back to Zupermende. Oh, well done. Gets the block on it there.
I'm saying watch him, and he's completely unmarked when he gets that ball in the box.
Ramsey picking that ball up again, can only come inside. Tonali gives it to Chow.
Bring it, man, bring it!
Come on, let's get the urgency, boys. 17 minutes of the game to go. Yeah, looks ball from Byrne from the left back, plays it inside to Ramsey, gives it to Bruno again. Inside left position, nice give and go there, but again, couldn't pick that return up. And it looks like Bruno has run his day. Oh, he's missed it. Pope's missed it. Gyökeres gets brought down. Pope could be sent off here. I mean, there's a player behind him, to be fair. So it'll be a yellow card because he wasn't the last man. But what the hell is he doing there? Pope again.
Fucking hell, man.
Rush of blood again. Misses the ball completely. What the heck, man? Malik Chow, he's lucky because Malik Chow had given up on that one. And Pope, he's so lucky.
Oh, dear me.
I think this could be off. If they go to VAR on this one, you've just seen him there.
Put his arm up.
Yeah, he's deliberately taking him down there. It is so close. Yeah, look, VAR are looking at it. They are, because it's his second movement is to obstruct Gyökeres here. But it is literally where Malik Chow is. If Malik Chow had given up a little bit earlier, I think that would have been a red card.
No red card.
Ah, Voltemada! Here we go. Got to come off Willock now.
20 minutes.
But I've just had a look at Bruno. I'm going to say, I've just had a look at Bruno, and Bruno looked absolutely shot. Yeah, he's done. So Willock should go on the left-hand side now. Ramsey should drop in with Tonali, and Voltemada should sit in the hole. That should be where Newcastle should be playing. You watch. It'll not change anything. Arsenal just taking the time here.
Yeah. Set piece Dark Arts FC.
Yeah.
Oh, Man City have just taken the lead.
Oh, there you go. I was going to say, I couldn't believe that was...
Saka's coming on.
Saka's coming on. Testing Dan Burn.
Who's on a yellow?
Ball comes into the box. Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. You should be getting Dan Burn off now and putting Louis Hall on. It's a great ball in, to be fair, from Rice, but nobody wanted to run into the space between defence and goalkeeper. Come on, what are you doing, lads? Make your mind up. Pope's put this down. He's going to kick it long. Pope goes long over the halfway line. Again, there's a good flick on there, but again, not through. Miley picks the ball up again on the halfway line, gives it back to Botman, who goes all the way to Pope. Pope plays the ball out to Botman again now, and again decides to go over the top, looking for something from Wissa. Wissa does get the deflection from Gabriel there, but it's deflected kindly this time to Raya throws the ball out. Saliba now. These bright yellow boots. Again, gets over the halfway line, but loses it this time from Wissa. But again, nobody forward. It looks like Newcastle have gone to a 4-4-2, if I'm honest with you, at this present moment in time. Oh, Dan, stay on your feet, son. Dan Burn then just stretched the leg out, but managed just to get hold of the ball. Odegaard. Again, trying to thread it through a fine needle there.
Come on, give him
Tonali
a ball.
on the edge
Give
of
him
the
a
box.
ball.
Give him an options, lads. Ball comes back from Dan Burn to Botman. Botman's pressed into that corner by Gyökeres. He does eventually get it down the line, and it's headed
Get
clear
a throw out of it. Wow.
by Arsenal. Yeah. Here we go. Ball
Good
out.
ball.
Good ball that is to
Harvey Barnes.
Dan. Harvey Barnes plays into Miley, who's carried on his run down this right-hand side. Come on, Miley. Back to I'm going to say Harvey Barnes now again with his right foot. Can you get a ball into the box? He comes inside, gives it back to Miley. Come on, Miley, throw it into the box. You've got bloody Voltamada there. This is what annoys me. There's two opportunities there to get the ball into a 6'7" bloody striker, and they decided to go all the way back to Botman on the halfway line.
I'm just hoping we'll get a performance out of Barnes with Tuchel watching.
Miley. Inside to Tonali. Tonali now, Botman. Again, Arsenal backtracking, trying to defend their 18-yard line. Willock. Inside to Voltamada. Voltamada gives it to Wissa! Oh, no!
Fuck up, man!
What an opportunity that was! Oh, my God. Voltamada there just lifts it beautifully over the top. But Wissa's just cleared the bar, literally from 7 yards. All he's got to do is side foot that past Raya. Literally.
I mean, it was coming from a height, but
oh man,
it was harder to get it over the bar than it was to get it in the net, I think.
Just a touch, even a toe poke would have beaten Raya. Zubimendi off for Lewis Skelly. And Madueke is off for Saka.
Well, Lewis Skelly will be wanting to impress Tuchel as well.
Yeah.
And Lewis Hall sitting on the bench saying, well, how Gaffer put me on so I can show me struck me stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, come on. I can't believe Whistle out from 7 yards out, not even testing the keeper. I mean, he'd done him all ends up there. It was a great little flick from Voltamada.
It was.
Ramsey, a ball over the top for Misser to get involved. Ball goes long. Again, it's Malik Chow picking that one. But again, it's foul to Odegaard. Martinelli now. Saka on the edge of the box. Comes in. Oh, deflected wide. There you go. That's what he does. Saka
trademark
comes back onto his left foot and sneaks one into the far corner. I'd get Dan Burn off now, but Dan Burn does well, to be fair.
Does well to get his foot in the way. That does very well.
Five corners to Arsenal, to Newcastle's one. Yeah. I would certainly throw the last dice now for me. A draw's no good for Newcastle, as after it looks, but it's better than a loss. Because it breaks that momentum. Ball again to the back stick. Can it fall to a red shirt? Oh, Martinelli there with an overhead. But luckily it was straight down Pope's throat. I think I would have saved that win. It turns beautifully, if I'm honest with you. And to get the reaction of that one. Here we go. Newcastle now picking
Come on,
that ball up. And
Come on,
it's
you've got 10 yards.
Malik
Go,
Chow
go.
down the side to Miley. Miley, again, first option for me would be out of my feet and trying to get it into the box, but they decide to go back to Malik Chow. Tonali now. Malik Chow again. Get it out your feet, son. Throw something into the box. Onto that left-hand side. Ramsey trying to get out of this ball. He does. Willock in front of him. Ramsey again looking for options forward. Has to go back to Tonali. Again, Tonali out to Harvey Barnes. Barnes back inside to Malik Chow. Forward to Voltamada. Voltamada back to Miley. Again, Miley down the line.
Right now.
Barnes into the box. Dan Burn!
Oh!
Again, it was easy for Dan Burn to get on top of that one, but it was, again, so easy for Raya to get the front post marked.
Full time City in the final.
Yeah, there you go. Saka there plays the ball inside to Martinelli. Lewis Skelly. Saka. Gyökeres, and again is lining up Odegaard. Gyökeres deflected from Botman, another corner to Arsenal. It looks as though when they go up a gear, mate, they can cut through us easy, doesn't it?
Well, you're saying cut through easy.
Yeah, we're just waiting because they are, as always.
It's finishing with dinner again, man.
It's I mean, this is all going to change next season if they bring what's going to come into the World Cup into the Premier League. If IFAB like what they see in the World Cup with these new rules, this delaying of set pieces is all going to change.
Yeah, he's telling them to get on with it.
Oh, look at this. Oh, dear. And now Dan Burn, don't get involved, lad. Get away. They've just taken 90 seconds for this one to happen.
Oh, that was a push by Chow.
Yeah, Ben White just went down like a sack of spuds though, mate, to be fair.
Yeah, but it was a push. Why do it?
Yeah, Malik Chow is looking at two bodies there, look. So, be interested to see what and who is picking up Ben White there. Ah, there you go. Well done. Ball comes to the back stick. Dan Burn does win the header. And then it was Rice who gets penalised
for a foul on Dan Burn.
And a yellow card for his reaction towards the referee, which is cool. Ilanga now comes on for Willock. Wow. I can't believe he hasn't put Hall on just for the offensive side, move forward with the ball.
But also for the yellow card that Dan's...
Well, I mean, that's the main thing, isn't it, really, the yellow card? But you'd think offensively, keeping hold of the ball, which is what we haven't done on either wing, really, you'd be better off. Harvey Barnes now has moved over to that left-hand side with Ilanga on the field of play, coming on to the right-hand side. Tonali picking the ball up again. Wants the ball back. Tonali from bottom. Malik Chow now picks the ball up. Langa comes short on the halfway line. Turns. Plays the ball to nobody. And again, it's easy for Nkapi. Again, plays the ball out to Martinelli on this left-hand side. Ball inside now, and it's behind everybody. But again, it's Odegaard who picks the loose ball up. Plays the ball back to Gabriel. Now it's Saliba. Saliba on to Ben White. Ben White down the line to Saka. Saka now picking the ball up again, trying to draw in Dan Burn. Couple of step overs. Back to Odegaard. Odegaard shoots! Pop down to the left-hand side. Saves.
And another corner to Arsenal.
Oof. Yeah, swerving back towards Pope on this angle. You can just see it. Yeah, that was going to go in. It was going to sneak in, that one. Good save that from Popey, to be fair.
Yeah.
Down to his left-hand side. 7 corners to 1. So, again, everybody waiting for this corner to come in, but you know it's never going to happen. I mean, come on, what are you doing? What are you waiting for? Saka into the box towards the near post. Harvey Barnes heads it clear, but it's Skelly gets it forward. Odegaard now. Saka goes to cross. Will it come back out to Odegaard? But it's defended by Wissa, who hammers it back against Odegaard, and it's a goal kick to Newcastle.
Right.
2 minutes.
Up. Just hoop that.
And we can't make any more substitutions, so that is it. With what we've got. Ball from Chow down to Miley. Miley inside to Tonali, but again, it is not going any further. And again, it's Tonali and Voltamada down on this right-hand side, beating Skelly. Voltamada again trying to get in. Oh, Wissa's going to pick up the ball. There's a scramble on the... Oh, the referee's given a free kick against Wissa. All arms and legs, to be fair. Didn't really get the ball in. Voltamada saw an opportunity to try and get in. Hincapi plays the ball against Gabriel. And then it's Wissa.
Hang on.
Who folds. No, it was Wissa who was pushing there, mate, to be fair. I mean, he goes down really easy. I mean, to be fair, there's just been one element of quality from Arsenal that I've seen from Eze for the goal. Apart from that, they've not really shown anything.
Kick it! Away, man!
Ramsey gets his foot trod on there by Saka. White plays the ball down the corner to try and get behind Dan Burn. And then Saka trips up Dan Burn trying to retrieve the ball. So it's a free kick to Newcastle.
In the last minute.
And again, you wouldn't believe that Arsenal are winning this game when you look at the audience at the Emirates. They're all biting the nails, you wouldn't believe. Ball from Pup goes forward, but again, Dan Burn gets blocked by Ben White. And then Gyökeres turns Tonali, but the ball's in the air. Tonali gets the ball back, plays it down to Botman. Botman now under no pressure. 7 minutes.
7 minutes
of injury time. Tonali plays it to Miley. Miley's first touch was heavy, but there's time to get him out of trouble there and gives it to Chow. Martinelli dropping on Popey, but plays it into Ramsey. Ramsey now turns. He's got options. Harvey Barnes and Dan Burn on that left-hand side.
Good
Dan
ball.
Burn plays it up to Harvey Barnes, but it's nowhere near him to bet. It's an awful ball from Dan Burn, and it gives it straight back to Arsenal.
I like the fact that he played it first time, but it was just...
It was the poor ball, wasn't it? Yeah. Ball on the edge of the box. And Gabriel goes long, just over the halfway line. Malik Chow gets that ball down, gives it to Miley. Miley now looking for options. Tonali. Has Alanga touched the ball yet? I don't think he has. Ball out to Burn. Burn
only
gives
that
it to Harvey
ball
Barnes.
back to,
Yeah, he has. Ramsey now again. Dan Burn trying to get the ball into Harvey Barnes early.
The Arsenal fans are pooping themselves.
Oh, they are. They are literally on the edge of their seat. Dan Burn now, Mr. Nine Fingers. He's going to throw this in and go long. He's got to aim for Voltamada in my eyes.
In the Toon corner.
Everybody comes to that near post, but that's straight into Ray's hands. And to be fair, it was probably too long from Dan Burn there. Rice plays the ball down the line, trying to get
come
Hikapi.
on, man. Oh, Alanga, what you doing?
Alanga plays the ball into Miley. Miley now picks up, gives it into Voltamada, who again, Gabriel straight through the back of him. And then somebody stops. I think somebody's just run directly into Alanga there to stop him running forward. It seems as though Arsenal want to play WWE rather
Arsenal
than...
are panicking.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's just a bit further forward. I wanted to see the Elanga. Who took Elanga out?
Come on, get it in. Oh,
Come on. Let's see something happening here. Everybody's up on the line and literally 10 yards outside the Newcastle half. Pope goes short to Tonali. Tonali lifts it to the edge of the box. Dan Burn goes up and Popey. It's fallen back out to Malik Chow, who gives it back to Tonali. Tonali out to Elanga. Elanga now picking the ball up. And again, which way are you going to go? Left or right? Elanga keeping on the ball. Takes it down. It can't be down this right-hand side, but he loses the ball. And it's ball just lofted into Gyökeres, who's got literally half of the Emirates to run into with the ball inside. Well done, Ramsey. That was a ball. He got two players on the overlap there, Gyökeres, and he plays it directly at Ramsey. 4 minutes left of this game. Harvey Barnes now on the halfway line. Dan Burn stays high on the left-hand side. Barnes gives it to Dan Burn. Dan Burn is only going to go backwards. Ramsey, ball inside to Tonali, who's in the centre circle of the Arsenal half. Miley now. Elanga. Again, which way are you going, Elanga? Elanga gives it to Miley. Back to Elanga. Back to Malik Chow. Pendulum football, guys. Tonali into the box to Wissa. Who's this going to fall to? It's just cleared long. Anywhere will do at this point from Arsenal. The shaking of the heads from Arsenal fans. Yeah, she can't watch. Yeah, she can't watch.
Come on, get it in now. Get it in.
Come on, there's panic in those red shirts.
Oh,
what are you doing, Malik Chow?
Man, Malik Chow, what you doing?
Oh, my days.
You know
seriously, I give up, man. I give up. You've got these bodies. I said in the first half, you've got nobody to aim at. You've got somebody to aim at now, and you don't put it in the box. What are you... seriously, I have no idea what these guys see and don't see. You've got two centre forwards now in the box, and you don't put it in there. It's absolutely criminal. Ball has come back to Odegaard, but again, it's come back this time on the halfway line. Voltemada picks this ball up on the turn. Again, he's got three red shirts around him. He loses the ball, Voltemada. But again, Rice gives it back to Ramsey. Ramsey now to Tonali. Tonali gives it to Miley. Miley now. With 2 minutes left until the whistle. Ball comes to Malik Chow. Miley into the box, to the back stick. It's headed half clear. But it's coming back to Dan Burn. Dan Burn's got time to turn, gives it to Ramsey. Ramsey now, square, gives it to Tonali. Tonali's got room. Set it up. Have a go. Oh, deflection for a corner. Yeah, that's what I said. If you don't buy a raffle ticket, you don't win the prize. Wow. Don't forget, guys, stick with us because Chris will be doing the match review afterwards. And the match I can never say that word. Analysis, I should say. Will Pope go up? No, he's been told to stay back. Don't you dare. Ball comes in. Can't beat the first man. Who's going to win the race? Luckily, it's Elanga. Yeah, because that would have been Martinelli. Pope gets the ball forward. If we lose this ball here, yeah, look at that. Ball first time out of it's Rice down the left-hand side. He's running into the corner. Miley comes back with him. Rice goes right to left-hand side. And it's out for a goal kick to Newcastle.
Come on, hurry up.
Last 30 seconds, guys. Come on.
Just get it up.
Oh. You'd think they was in a relegation battle. Ball goes long again. Underneath Wissa. Can't get anywhere near it. Botman again goes long. Trying to find somebody. But Malik Chow's not even jumped for that one. He does get the second one now. Voltemada. Elanga. Alanga again. Hincapi
The free
gets
kick.
the
Come on.
free kick. This is your last chance saloon here, boys and
It
girls.
is. This is the last chance saloon.
Pope comes up for this one. He's
Come on,
not
don't
sitting
wait.
back for this one. I don't. Come on, Tonali. Arteta. It's squeaky bum time.
Come on.
Come on now.
Come on, we'll get a penalty.
Yeah, get something. Come on, Tonali. There ain't going to be anything after
You
this
could
one.
have a
But
shot
already
there, you know.
over. Tonali into the box. It's cleared. And that's it. Final whistle's gone. Poor again, if I'm honest with you. At the Emirates, it's just, like I said, you could see they were so nervy. Anything in and out the box, I reckon we could have got something out of this game. But in the final third, we have been atrocious once again, if I'm honest with you. Second half, I say, Voltamada coming onto the field of play, you'd think there'd be more ammo into the box. 5 defeats in 5, not good enough, mate.
One piece of quality and we're done.
Yeah, that's what I said. One piece of quality from Voltamada there over the last defender.
No, I'm sorry, I was talking about Ezzy's goal.
Oh, Ezzy's goal. Yeah, we were undone by Ezzy's goal, to be fair. Bit of quality. Like I say, Chris will be on in literally 2 minutes to do the match analysis with... Are you going on with him, Win?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Mate, I'm going to love and leave you guys because my jaw is crippling me.
Okay, well done.
Thank you so much for everything, guys, in the chat, all your contributions to the build-up from Pete.
Thank you, Wazza, as
Christina.
always, Monkey Sputum.
Yeah.
And, of course, Prosaic, who gifted yet another membership that went to Niall Powell.
Yeah, superb. Like I say, Chris will be with about a minute's time. But until Monday, it's a goodbye from him.
And it's a goodbye from him. How are the lads?
Lasses and bairns, take care one and all. Have a lovely rest of the weekend.
Ciao, ciao.